there, but I find it only works part the time. It's not a guarantee.
Okay, thank you.
We're not.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yep.
I said we were.
Why is this chat not showing up for me on this window? Remember?
I hate that about this. I have to open up a whole new window.
It's because you're tech illiterate.
All right, so how are you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, I can't complain.
Oh, who's got a window open? Is it me?
It's not me.
Oh, it's me. It is me.
Oh, I thought that was like your wife talking in the background.
Well, she is talking in the background, but I did also have a window open of us. Sorry.
No worries.
You let us down. Kick him out.
She's talking to. Okay, so we had 2 separate friends have babies in the last like 24, 48 hours. So there's a lot of hens talking right now.
I was going to say, kind of busy at the moment in your house, eh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Pretty hectic. Oh, Aussie cat. Is this the Aussie that I was being told about?
How about that? I'm on your show and I actually got a notification for it. I never get your notifications, and the one time I'm on, I actually get it. That's weird.
That is weird. Apparently, some people did get notifications. Anyways, good evening, everybody. So Steve has been plugging away in the background, also doing a ton of research, which I have to say thank you very much. What all have you dug up recently?
Well, the last thing I was looking at was that whole the fire hall. That was really weird. Then I was also looking at, there's a guy here who lives in Edmonton. I actually might try and reach out to him. I think you've probably already covered it, but it was that the property that he owned.
Yeah,
and how that. Yeah. So the guy who actually owned that, who took him to court there, that guy lives in Edmonton.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I might try and reach out to that guy.
Have you got contact information for him?
No, but I'm going to try and find it.
Oh no, Steve's on the case.
Yeah. I'll find it some way.
Uh-oh, that sounds scary.
There's many different search engines you can use.
Are you going to dox me now too?
Never. No, I would just probably use Facebook. I mean, let's be honest.
Aussie Cat, you can get a hold of me on Twitter, and we can go from there.
You'll know.
You have Twitter?
You'll know. If he's dehydrated, you'll know.
Adrian, what about you?
Well, that's
what have I found?
Yeah.
So a couple things that actually, I think the most interesting thing that we need to talk about is actually what we came across just recently, Seamus, was this. There was a National Post article that was put out just a couple hours ago. And I'm going to share my screen because this was eerie. This was really eerie. So I'm sharing my screen. I'm going to switch over here. So the headline of this article out of National Post says, TV show aired days before Nova Scotia shooting. Rampage features eerie similarities to real-life event. In this episode, a man named Gabriel goes on a murderous spree while wearing his police uniform. And here's an excerpt from it. A man named Gabriel goes on a murderous spree while wearing his police uniform. Starting off in a small town, he shoots multiple people, including police officers. He appears obsessed with a woman he calls his girlfriend. As the manhunt closes in on him, he sets a house on fire. Now, that is strictly a recap of that episode. That is nothing to do with the shooting that took place just a few days ago. Now, that to me, that's a little too accurate when I look at everything that went down just a few days ago. I mean, the name's the same. They shot a police officer, setting things on fire. I find to me like as I've gotten older, I've stopped believing in coincidences. Not like this. So when I see this sort of thing came out, and all of the eerie, weird things that we've started to cover when it comes to the shooting that took place, I think that's too big of a coincidence in order to go by. And then it's the fact that the RCMP have been trying to repeatedly cover up what they've ended up doing. I decided to take another look back at the Twitter thread that from the RCMP Nova Scotia. And if you look at the archive version, there's a lot that they've started deleting off of there. Even things you wouldn't think that are that important, they've started to delete. Like one thing in particular they ended up taking off was the tweet where they ended up, the first time they ended up naming Gabriel Wortman as the shooter. Now he put his picture out, and they ended up they put his picture out, named him. Hold on, I've got it somewhere around here. Give me a second. But they ended up taking that off for some reason, as if it. I'm not sure why. 1 second, where is it? I got it somewhere here. I know it's here. There it is. So give me a second. I'll switch over the screen. Okay. So yeah, this tweet specifically ended up getting taken out. 51-year-old Gabriel Wortman is a suspect in our active shooter investigation in Porter Peak. There are several victims. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, call 911. Do not approach. He describes a white man, bald, 6'2" to 6'3", with green eyes. So I see how they've been trying to cover everything up. The way that they've been trying to weave around questions and anything that has to do with this. At this point, there's no doubt in my mind that that the police let this end up happening. And then there's the fact that nobody knows for 8 hours what this guy was doing. From 12 to 8 a.m., they have no idea where he was, what he was doing, whether anyone ended up dying. So over the last little bit, that's what I've kind of come across. So
that's crazy.
Okay, so the fire hall stuff keeps coming up. Now, Adrian and I were talking about I was also talking to Rage about this. Kage. And the fire hall stuff keeps coming up. And I've noticed tonight in the CBC National, they had broadcast the lady who was interviewed for the CBC article yesterday. But they actually filmed that, and they selectively quoted it once again. In the CBC National, they removed a piece of the interview they did with her. What was that? Let's do Fire Hall Wortman. This article, which they ran yesterday, and it was at 4:36 in the afternoon, Atlantic. Yet they didn't, and they filmed this interview with her, Joy McCabe, and they quote her on TV. And at the very end of this, they say, where is it here? I would like to know who that person was that ducked down there, why they were the police were firing at the building. Like, why did they pull in and just start shooting right away? There's a whole lot of unanswered questions. The business that they left out was this part. I would like to know who the person was that ducked down there. Which isn't the first time that I've been seeing this, right? The same thing with the Global article about the Global article and the Globe and Mail, who used the individual Blaze off of Facebook and left out, quoted him directly again, but left out the part about the wife driving the car, and that in Global's case, they left out that he had 2 police cars. Globe and Mail did include the 2 police cars. So I'm getting really shady feelings that the media is helping almost cover up stuff.
Well, you said you saw some too that said he wasn't even driving a police car.
No, I don't think I've seen anything saying that he wasn't driving the police car. I don't. Did I say that? I don't think I did.
Well, I thought I heard somebody was mentioning that. Maybe it wasn't you.
Well, he
But
was
yeah.
driving the police car. I think now we've been able to determine he was driving the police car for the entirety of this incident, right up until almost the very end, when this silver car, which was another tweet, right, that you said was deleted, the silver SUV, was that tweet deleted, Adrian?
I took another look back at it, and actually, it turns out that it is there. I must have missed it a little bit earlier. So they do have that one about the silver SUV still there.
So from the off ramp where these two police cars, which also there was a witness that we came across here tonight, just off air, that did say that there were two police cars that were on fire. So that proves that he was driving the police car for the entire time, almost right up to the end, even though the media is saying, well, he drove the police car for a little bit, or what did they say, for a time. No, he was
That's
driving.
what it was, I thought.
Yeah, he was driving it almost to the very end, because that trading post also up the street from the off ramp, he was driving it there. That's where that footage is from. At the same time that was happening, the police were opening fire at the fire hall and shooting the very victims that they supposedly rescued.
Yeah. Yeah, victims, and I think there was I think they had tactical officers that were stationed there as well.
Yes, there were RCMP actually in the fire hall station, so they were shooting not only at civilians who had already been, traumatized by the very incident on Portapic, but then they're shooting at their own police officers. These people are drugstore cowboy cop people. They don't know what in the hell is going on, as per admitted by their own officer, right? CERT, the head of CERT, Special Investigation, Curran, said.
Did you?
Sorry?
I was going to ask, did you find anything with any of these officers that work in that area that came up? I don't know if you've looked any of their names up. There was one officer that I looked up from that Frank story that kind of struck me as he might have some digging we could do.
No, I haven't looked into the police officers at all. That would be good, because I think anything that they're saying they're going to be pretty tight-lipped. So if we can get anything on any of them, Howdy East Coast and Ms. East Coast. Oh, you're both in there, eh? We did talk about the show a little bit, which seems really spooky. I mean, I don't know what people feel like in the chat, but I mean, that honestly, it's a bit odd that this guy is talking about fire. This episode is talking about fires, how he's dressed up as a police officer, he's shooting police officers, right? I think that one is interesting, because I don't think that they were. I think they shot their own police officer.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to cover that up. I think that Mr. Wortman had weapons that were issued by the police, by the very RCMP that provided him with the uniform. So somebody inside their police department is corrupt. And all of these deaths, many of them, well, all of them probably, are attributable to the fact that this guy was running around acting as an RCMP officer. That CTV, this one here, I mean, the brother, and they don't tweet, they don't let anybody know, because they're not using the emergency broadcast system, even though the American consulate was letting all the expats know by message that to be on the lookout. How many people have Twitter? Lots of people are even banned off Twitter.
Yeah.
Well, even if they had Twitter, they would have to be following that specific account in order for people to see it. I mean, sure, you can get some retweets maybe, but most people are going to see that only if they're following the Nova Scotia RCMP account. So it was really ineffective. And I don't know about you guys, but I did get an emergency alert, not for the shooting, but before a few days or like a week before that for COVID-19 about, you know, if you've been traveling abroad, make sure that you're quarantining yourself for 14 days. There's no reason that they couldn't have used this emergency alert system in order to let people know that a shooting was taking place. And now their excuse is, well, we were about to put it out when this guy ended up getting apprehended. So they ended up putting it out some 13 hours later or something, 12 hours after the shooting even began. That's unacceptable. As soon as they realized that there were people that were murdered and they couldn't find who it is, they should have been putting out that emergency alert system. It cannot be difficult to get a message like that out.
No.
Well, the weird thing is, too, is it seems like there's some places knew earlier in the day that people had already been killed. Because I've seen pictures on Twitter of businesses who had their flags at half-mast at 1 in the afternoon. Okay, so at 1 in the afternoon, if flags are already at half-mast, why hasn't there been any release, any warning, any issue to anyone who lives there on the emergency broadcasting system? Why hasn't those tweets come out? They have that capability. I mean, that's the biggest screw up by RCMP, I think, in this entire story.
Sorry.
I was just going to add too, is if we're talking about that too, is like, even if we're not having, say, the emergency broadcast system, it's not uncommon for them to alert the news. So that way the news can start telling people, hey, you know, in this area, there's been a shooting. Be careful while you're out there. But they didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
No, they
well,
sat
that's the thing. That Herald article was written at...
I think we lost Steve.
Oh, he's breaking up.
PM.
Oh, there we go.
In the evening. Oh, I'm back.
You're good now.
Yeah, that Herald article was written at 6 in the evening, and Concan was saying, you know, she didn't find out until later. So I mean, she had family who found out around that same time. Like, I mean, just the timelines really, they seem very odd.
Well, the man who hid out in the forest, the brother, his brother was killed. He still hasn't been officially notified, right? Oh, yeah. No. He was officially notified, but he had to repeatedly call to get notified. Concan, same thing. She hasn't really officially been notified. It was an unofficial notification through the coroner because the coroner felt badly for her and said, even, I'm not really supposed to tell you, but I'll tell you. I mean, this stuff is really absurd. I messaged her, and let's see, actually, there's a response here. I don't know. Somebody's messaging me. Let's see if she answered. No. I was, you know, not to sound tactless or insensitive, but I mean, are they doing an autopsy, a thorough autopsy on Aaron's body? Are we going to find out, you know, what kind of bullets were being used here? And the emergency broadcast nonsense, the emergency broadcast response team, they contacted the RCMP repeatedly to say, should we activate this? And the RCMP are like, no, don't worry about it.
I even saw some stories, politicians were saying, hey, should we use this?
So why do they not want to activate the emergency response? My theory is they're trying to just cover up the fact that he has this car.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, another question you could raise is that shooting at the fire hall. This lady says it happened when she was making breakfast. Okay, so this is morning time. And there's already people that are evacuated at this facility. So again, why hasn't there been a message that's been released at that point even?
They should have notified right away.
Yeah,
but they didn't.
It's weird. It's really weird.
It seems like this, thin blue line is coming out big time to cover. And that came out in the CBC National tonight as well. They were aware of the police car for months. They admitted that.
Yeah.
They said, oh, you can have the police car, even though he's a multiple, I believe, for sure he's one time convicted for beating up a 15-year-old girl with a crowbar. Yeah. And he and his friend decided to stomp on her head because she was apparently too close to his denture place. I mean, that doesn't really add up. I'm thinking something else is involved.
He's making future business for himself.
Yeah, it sounds something like, criminal that he was doing, and this girl got involved with these loans or whatever. Maybe it's, I don't know, drugs, pimping, something. But he's beaten up, who beats up a 15-year-old girl? But this guy's a total loon anyway. But I mean, why would the police, the RCMP, who know that this man has these kinds of convictions, say to him, yeah, you can have a police car, it's okay, just keep it in your garage on a trailer. And that also came out. More people, his former employer, I don't know who that would be, but was aware of the police car. Like, he was showing everybody he had the police car.
Yeah.
So
there was one article that said there was people in town they interviewed that said, yeah, we knew he had it. I think he even named the guy who said he knew that they had it. His name was Mitch or something.
There's a few people whose names, but of course that's like this Blaze fellow, right? Any of the people who anybody's reached out to here, nobody wants to answer anybody's response to it, and they're scrubbing their own Facebooks, removing all these posts to do with it. I think the RCMP have come in and somehow threatened them with, obstruction of a case or whatever. The guy's fucking dead. They're not obstructing any case at all. There is technically no case. They're not going to be taking anybody to trial here. Do you think he led the cops? Miss East Coast. Sorry, I'm very bad at reading comments. Miss East Coast asking, do you think he led the cops about the fire station so he could continue with his plan?
See, the thing is, though, with that is that CERT admitted that that he was nowhere near the fire station when they ended up shooting upon it.
Right.
So it seems to me like these RCMP officers just came out, unloaded their weapons, because I don't know if they were trigger happy or what, got a false lead that he happened to be there. But they ended up shooting on this fire station where it looked like the refugees were, and then just took off. Didn't say anything, probably didn't report it in.
No.
But nobody inside knew what was happening. I'm sure not even the firefighters knew what was going on. And just these RCMP officers just took off down the road, probably because they were hoping that nobody actually saw them and they didn't want to get caught then.
Yeah, because this video here, this isn't the copy, sorry. This is the closer up version, but this video was timestamped 10:55.
Mm-hmm.
So he was way far away from the fire hall. They just literally didn't know, like the CERT Curran admits, they didn't know who the hell they were shooting at, who they were looking for, where they were looking. So they drive up unannounced and say, what even makes them want to open fire? Nobody was shooting back at them. They had their own officers in that building. How disorganized are these people? They don't come up and say, which they have to do by law, announce the fact that they're police officers before even thinking of discharging their weapon. They just drive up. There's some unknown individual there running around. And open fire on people in the evacuees and their very own police officers? Or did we lose Steve? Oh, here he is.
Yeah, he's back.
So I don't think this was part of his plan at all, that Mrs. East Coast. I think he totally effed up. Like the RCMP totally made a mistake and just opened fire on their own police officers and these poor people who had already been traumatized. So we've got a crime right there. And of course, conveniently, the RCMP are saying, well, they don't know where they can't identify who it is.
I'll be honest. I'm thinking what actually happened too at that fire hall. There's a police officer that works in Nova Scotia in that same area who works in the same town as Gabe, who's a part of this Frank article. I looked his picture up. I found him.
Sorry,
he looks very similar to Wortman in the fact, like, if someone was to give a description of Wortman and they said it's a guy with a shape like a bald head, white male, bald head, this height, right? If they said that, this one cop would kind of fit that description. And if he was in that building, maybe one of the evacuees was in there, saw this guy, and called 911 inconspicuously and said, "Hey, I think he might be in here." Maybe these two cops just showed up and started shooting because they're really bad cops.
Maybe they should allow people to have long hair in the RCMP.
Yeah.
Have a little more diversity.
Exactly.
I don't know. This case is really it, but I'm fearful. Like, they're kind of already spinning the narrative a little bit, to aid in their favor. Oh, we knew about the police car, but we told them not to do it. And yeah, I'm so concerned that this is just going to sail away and people aren't going to get any kind of an answer. And this police force, who clearly is negligent on multiple areas, including, in my belief, negligent to the point that they caused death of at least 9 people, because if they let him out of that cordoned off area, what is that police cruiser a 4x4? Because it had to go through their blockade. It had to go through it. They had that road blockaded.
Or here's an idea. Has anyone looked into his girlfriend yet?
They spoke about that tonight on the National. They said that the girlfriend, longtime girlfriend, lived on Portapique Beach Road. He restrained her, tied her up, sounds like, and didn't kill her.
So here's a theory. Just throwing this out there. What if, because there was 2 cop cars, what if the girlfriend was actually cheating on him? Because from what I hear, she's a very good looking girl. What if she was cheating on him with another man, and the 2 of them were the ones who actually showed up at this fire hall and were doing the shootings there? The 2 of them did a bunch of these killings, and he was the fall guy who was driving the car who got, I'm just saying, or maybe they brought him into the story, but they used him as a fall guy. Who knows?
Okay, so how would that benefit?
Just throwing that out.
And why would the Curran then come out and admit that they did that? Why would they be protecting the wife?
Which,
or a longtime
his girlfriend?
Yeah, I guess it was a common law thing. Why would they be protecting her?
Who knows? I don't know. It's
just
no.
I'm spitballing with you. I know I like theories. I want to, because that's how we're going to get this kind of working, is just minds together. I just want to understand if they wanted to protect the common law, why, and she's running around with the car, then why would they want to protect her? and instead admit that they did it themselves. Oh, I think Steve's frozen.
Goddamn, Steve. You're missing out on that good city internet connection. Sitting there with your rural connection.
He's got another one going. Let's throw this one in there. He's got we got two of them. How did you get that?
I have no clue.
Jesus.
I don't really think they liked what I said.
Jeez, Steve breaking the laws of physics over here.
A true conspiracy theory.
All right.
Yeah.
New theory. Steve did it.
Yeah.
Steve did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where were you on the 18th?
Long arms. I'll tell you where I was on the 20th. I was rolling a 2-paper joint. So
nice.
Yeah. I don't know if I was capable of, thinking about all of this while I was preparing that in my head. So
a celebratory joint, I see, for a successful operation. Okay, I'm done. But one thing
that's interesting. This is interesting. I'm just going through the comments. Sorry, it takes me a while. East Coast can't comment anymore, apparently.
Really?
Huh.
Did somebody honestly block him?
I didn't do it. It would have to be one of your mods, so it's pretty much Slippin' Lizard or myself, from what I can tell.
I saw.
Silver is real money, maybe, but again, I don't see why anyone would be blocking him.
No, I don't think anybody did block him.
Wow.
But it's not showing up in my thing about, oh no, I wouldn't see that. You see, this is the thing. Like, how many fucking people do they censor? It's unbelievable. He can't comment at all, though? Like, even hello? This is weird.
Oh, maybe.
Let me see if I can find.
No, even on live chat, I'm not seeing him.
He's saying, I keep typing to you to research Blue Code of Silence. Maybe this is what the Blue Code of Silence. YouTube is censoring me and won't let me type that sentence. It's a pact the police have to lie for each other. I did a thesis on it in university. Yeah, the thin blue line, right? Do they have a video for that, East Coast? I'm sure they do. He's using it in quotation marks. Blue Code of Silence. I guess that might be the title. There's tonight's watching material.
One thing I've been wondering, a theory I've been toying with too, is the idea that maybe what the point of what Wortman was doing was that he was I don't know, again, because I've kind of been thinking about, there seems to be, maybe there's a bigger racket going on between some RCMP officers that he may have been involved with. I'm wondering if maybe certain members were targeted for maybe information that they knew. Because we were kind of talking a little bit earlier, Seamus, we were saying about how there seemed to be, outside of Portapic, their cops were refusing to come in. They were sitting at the end of the street. There was that guy who was lying in the ditch for 4 hours, and then like the city, and then the town was like full of these cops. So I was kind of wondering, what if they got this stand down order to do nothing? And that could have come from maybe somewhere up top of the brass. So what I'm also kind of wondering now, maybe some of the people that were killed were targeted. The fact that he kind of went out of his way for some, like the correctional officers, he drove 50 kilometers north to go take them out, only to turn around and come back. And then maybe along the way, the rest of them, everyone else that was killed, the whole point of it was sort of just to play up on the idea that, so it seems like these correctional officer, whoever they were targeting, were just part of the random killing spree. I mean, they can't even be clear. Like, they're trying to, the way that they're presenting it, they're trying to make it sound like it was planned, but it was random at the same time. So they're not even being specific about this situation. And then the idea also how they said they had him in custody and then he was dead. And it appeared like he was dead right at the crime scene. I'm kind of thinking back to what ended up happening at the mosque shooting in Quebec City. They nearly had that situation fall apart because of the fact that Alexander Bissonnette was, for the entire time, was saying that he was not guilty. And then on the 11th hour, he ended up coming out and admitting that he killed all these people. And I'm wondering if it was something similar. If he was doing their dirty work and then they killed him in order to keep everything quiet. I mean, just my theory. Not saying there's no relevance to actually this yet.
I'll be honest, I felt that there was some play of that at some point too. It just kind of gives that vibe that there's somebody that's being silenced or shut up here.
Well,
or snuffed out or something.
Because we've also looked at that video where it seems like whoever was taking that video of the police cars on fire, they're saying that it looked like the cop was gunned down in front of him, which from our perspective looks like it was being done by fellow police officers. And then it's the fact that they just shot up this fire station, which seems completely random. Either you're completely terrible at your job just to pull up and shoot at nothing, because they would have been able to tell if somebody was there, like standing outside to shoot at. Or there was another motive behind it.
That's actually literally what it says. Like, I'm reading it right now. It says, and while I'm looking, that car pulled up right in the middle of the road, opened up both doors, and started shooting.
Now, if it appeared that there was a suspect there who was armed, then okay. But from the way they make it sounds like it's just the outside of the fire station, and they just unloaded into the side of the fire station for no reason whatsoever. Unless there was an ulterior motive there, whether that's to throw people off of the case or make it seem like it was Wortman that was doing this. So when I'm looking at all the evidence that's put before me, it seems like this might be the most plausible explanation.
Yeah.
Well, there definitely seems to be, and who is the individual? I don't know if this
crouched between the cars.
There we go. Oops.
Uh-oh.
They don't like that either. They're censoring my own comments again. So I just put the link in, the link to the YouTube video that you suggested, and they banned it.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
So I guess can we do that? The title is Blue Wall of Silence. I think everybody should probably go watch Blue Wall of Silence or Blue Wall of Silence Wikipedia. Oh, they don't even like the Wikipedia entry on it. Holy fuck, that is spooky. Wow.
That's really weird.
How? No. Like they have an algorithm to screen for that particular link? Strange. I don't know what's going on. Blue Wall of Silence. Well, this is a blue wall of silence for sure. Like they've shut everybody down. They're not allowing CBC even pointed out tonight, even though I think they're helping, all these national media outlets are helping. There are the small town ones like Herald Chronicle, and I think that Frank Magazine, I'd really be interested in speaking to somebody over at Frank Magazine. Maybe I'll try and track somebody down.
Yeah,
because they seem to be. I know the guy who was doing the press conference the other day. He was amazing.
The one that was asking all the tough questions, eh?
Yeah, and he's like,
he was great.
The guy is dead. You don't need to worry about investigating, covering up shit. Like, just tell us what's going on.
Yeah.
But CBC did point out tonight that listen, you have the at the press conference, you say you're going to release the timeline very soon, and you didn't release it today, and they didn't even say anything today. Like they're totally sealed up now. I don't understand how these police forces. This is our national police force. Who do they work for? They work for us. Why are they not informing citizens? Like, I was so pissed off at that conference when they shut people down. It is not within their right to say, we are finished answering questions. Go fuck yourself, man. Seriously. As long as people want them to stand there, they have to stand there and answer questions. They work for us. Oh, Steve is
He's
on the fritz again. Maybe he'll get a third. We can get like 3 of them in here.
I hate my internet.
You know what the problem is? You don't have that sweet, crisp, high-speed internet like you get in the city, bud.
Yeah, I know.
I was saying that I think I'm going to have to come up and have visit with you soon here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, did
Too
you
bad I
go
don't
over?
drink
Yeah. Well, you don't have to drink. I can make coffee. I like coffee too. You brought up in the other stream about that house that he owned with this guy from Edmonton, right, or whatever.
The uncle. The condo? Yep.
Did you bring up who bought that house?
No, I
Buying
didn't.
that house?
No, I didn't.
You do know
is that
that,
one
though,
of the
right?
victims?
It
Sorry?
is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rage was telling me about that today. I didn't know about that. He's trying to kind of trace
Macaulay.
Macaulay.
The teacher.
So that was another thing, and East Coast brought that up today, was the list. Has everybody heard about the list?
Yes, the list of the people who were supposed to be killed.
Yeah,
So I haven't
apparently
seen the 22 that they're naming now. I texted you all 19 names from a couple days ago, so.
Well, I know you're
I
too
texted
awesome.
you a lot. I know.
Well, listen, I'm too slow mentally to get everything.
Well, no, I usually just do it for the reason of having a backup. Like if it gets taken off my phone, I can just go to your message and hopefully I can find it.
Oh, well, don't use Twitter for that, because Twitter goes through and deletes shit.
Yeah, I don't use Twitter for barely anything, actually.
I did a video proving that fucking, I don't know, 2 years ago or something, like, and showing that they were deleting stuff out of my DMs. I'm like, what the hell?
I had it happen to me too. I thought it was weird. I thought maybe that's just what they do, but apparently it's a thing. Huh.
Okay. So the things I see that, I think getting a firm timeline is important. That 8-hour block, what is he doing in that 8-hour block? I believe he's still in there for a good chunk of it, because the brothers saying that he was getting hunted. These crimes would have taken him some time. The lighting of 3 houses on fire.
Almost as if he had somebody else helping him.
Kind of seems that way.
I like the roll eyes. I think I'm going to have to cut that clip. Is it a thin blue wall? Maybe they are in on it. I don't want to go full tinfoil, because we don't have to go very tinfoil to prove that the RCMP are criminally negligent here, at least civilly negligent, which I'm hoping to organize a group, or reach out to down there and seeing which of these victims down there would be interested in launching a class action suit against the RCMP, because the RCMP then will have to answer. And frankly, I think that's a good place to put some funds. I'm definitely down to put some funds towards that, to just get them to answer the questions, because they're not going to answer. They're not. This stuff is like the fucking, who is it that I was saying? The Lee or David, what was it, Lamb? Down
in Toronto. Yeah, Officer Lamb.
These people just disappear,
Because we were also drawing comparison to that security guard during the Las Vegas shooting, who did one interview on Ellen and then suddenly disappeared off the face of the planet. And at least for that, Ellen also has strange connections back to like the FBI or CIA or something like that. There was a series. there's a tweet thread that was put out by what was her name? I could probably dig up her name, but it was just like an investigator on Twitter, and she did a whole thing about Ellen DeGeneres. But anyway, after going a little off topic,
I was going to say there was a. I have to confirm this, so don't quote me on it, but I believe one of the police officers' last names in that precinct there is Long Pre, and forgive me if I don't pronounce the French properly. It's probably Long Pre. But
don't worry about it. They're French. It doesn't matter.
I found there's a person that works in Nova Scotia in Dartmouth that also works for Post Media with the same last name.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if they're related somehow to maybe one of the RCMP, which kind of goes hand in hand with what you were just talking about.
I could see it as a possibility. Again, without actually being able to connect it back, it seems like another strong coincidence. So I'm willing to believe it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you if I can find the name right now just to make sure. There's a couple names that I looked up today from the police department that struck my interest. One was the name Dwayne Stanley, if you ever want to look that guy up.
That name sounds familiar.
Dwayne Stanley, you said?
Yes. There's some interesting police reports of him too. This doesn't seem like the, like when you run into a police officer and they're like,
and he's out again.
Yeah, I can tell he doesn't seem like that type of guy. Fuck.
Dwayne Stanley. I'm not seeing anything local anyway. It seems to be all out of the United States. I'm finding profiles for him.
Not to take anybody off track, so continue on. Al Stern, do you have the link or interview to the old man who was at the trading post? Because I didn't see any interview with anybody.
Are you asking me?
No, the person in chat. I'm trying to read chat too, because they're throwing stuff out there, and my eyes aren't fast enough. They don't keep up with my brain, or they're too whatever. It's too fast. So I'd like to know who that was, because these interviews, like especially the video ones. And you were saying that you're finding a bunch on Facebook there.
I did find a couple on Facebook for sure, yeah.
Because I want to find... Sorry?
Like that one with Darcy Sack, I think her name was.
Right.
Darcy Sack, yeah, we found that one on Facebook where she was talking about the burning vehicles. Her
story seemed to contradict... Let's see if we... where's that find? Darcy. Her story seemed to contradict the video that we saw. Photos and videos from bystanders show, because we're trying to find the video, who made the video, showed a crash scene with multiple police cruisers on fire. So there we have confirmation that it was cruisers, right? Cruisers. So his car was burning. Authorities have not provided details about that part of the incident. Surprise, surprise. What does East Coast say? What does he say when is it saying? Oh, well, he'll point it out in chat, I'm sure. I love when he says that. It's like his
So he's with
shtick.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Sorry?
He said he's with Jeffrey Epstein somewhere. He said the killer's with Jeffrey Epstein somewhere.
Hey, Defend. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Authorities have not yet provided details about that incident. Part of the incident. Darcy Sack, who witnessed the incident involving the flaming police vehicles, again, Darcy Sack now confirming whoever this person is a woman, told CBC, quote, which didn't make national media. I was unaware of this. Adrian was able to find the actual article, right?
For this that video that for Darcy Sack, you mean?
For Darcy Sack.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Is it a video?
There is the video in it, and it's also the article where they're kind of talking about her interview and a little bit more.
Does audio come over if you share the screen and play it?
I think so. I can give it a shot anyway.
Yeah, let's try.
If you hit the share audio.
All right,
I'm
give me
going
1
to
second.
get rid of this then.
All right, let's see. Yeah, okay, there we go. So share audio. So this is the article right here. And then it was... Okay, so it was this video right here where she was talking about that, so... Give it a second.
I saw a police officer standing there and he was panicked because we were right behind a burning police vehicle at the time. And I'm like, we're not supposed to be here. We need to turn around and we need to get out of here.
When you turned and you saw that police vehicle on fire and an officer running towards it, like, what were you thinking?
I knew something bad had really happened. I heard 2 shots before we rolled up to this scene, and I was thinking, oh my God, where are these shots coming from? Like, is it maybe because something blew up on a fire or, but I knew seeing all the cops that something had to have happened. So as we come up and we're turning to get to safety and this police officer is running towards the burning police car, my heart's pounding. Like, my heart just dropped to my stomach because I'm thinking, something's wrong with his partner. Like, I had that feeling that something's wrong with his partner. And the way he looked, my heart went out to him, but I knew we had to get to safety. I feel really bad for that community itself, and it's a quiet community. So to have something like this happen and to be witness of it, it's shocking. It was terrifying.
Okay, so that's the video.
So she does confirm then that there's other police officers on the scene during the shooting. So who shot if he was still on scene, Wortman was still on scene, and there's multiple police officers then, who shot Stevenson? And if Stevenson was shot, and this other partner, who again, unnamed. Very interesting how they don't have a name.
Yeah, I've been looking at a few different places, and I can't figure out the name
for
of
the other
Stevenson's
guy who got shot.
Yeah, this cop
officer.
that got shot in the arm or whatever.
Here, I'll tell you.
Did you find
you
it?
Got the name.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry, I take pictures of things. I just gotta go through.
Ooh, look, I'm Steve. I think I'm better than everyone else.
His name's Chad Morrison.
Chad Morrison. Okay. Interesting.
He's a drug recognition evaluations coordinator.
Interesting.
He's what, sorry?
Yeah.
Drug
recognition evaluations coordinator.
Huh. All right, then.
Yeah, he's given, I think, a few speeches even on when the impaired driving laws changed and everything. And I think he was like a trainer, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I see I see the picture of him. What looks to be after he got out of the hospital. It's weird though. Hold on. Because like I'm looking at the picture, he's got a cast on his left hand, but then it looks like his right elbow is also bandaged up for some reason.
Do you want to share screen, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Please make sure you archive that. I know you will. Look at okay. I'm just fail. I should step down out of this. This is just you guys are too awesome.
Hey, sometimes 3 brains are better than 1.
Oh, they are, but clearly my brain is just misfiring completely. I didn't even.
Yeah, he does look like he has something on his elbow, doesn't he?
Yeah, because you can see the cast over here, but then it looks like he got bandaged up on his left. And like it would have to be not necessarily like a serious injury on his right elbow, but it would have to be something decent enough for them to actually like wrap it up like that. Like I don't know, could be nothing, but let me see.
So
did they ever say who was being pulled from that burning car?
Well, that would. I'm assuming that's going to be this Morrison.
Yeah.
I'm only assuming. Has he given a statement at all?
I haven't seen much. I think he did give one statement, though, actually. I seem to remember.
Something here was linked by Ian Myers. The old guy smoking the cigar. Posted the link 2 minutes, 4 seconds in the video. Okay, let's find what video he's referring to. I'm just going back here. Sorry. I wish I had somebody who's reading, just dedicated reading the comments. Where's the video? I'm not seeing a link to a video.
There we go. Okay, let's get archived.
Can you link the video again, please, Ian? Maybe it's because he's not. They blocked.
Did you ever see this?
Yes, the wanted to be the RCMP officer.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as I saw that,
That's old news, man.
I just had to take a picture of it. I had to. I just had to.
I had to do that because you're just too uber for me. Cigar guy link. Well, can you send it? Is that possible? Ian. Sorry about your Facebook account there, Wendy. That kind of blows. Facebook blows, though.
I don't know if this was photoshopped.
Oh, so he does say
kind
some
of
stuff.
Looks like it, but let you see that one there.
National Post TV show. Okay, that's the one. Oh, he's talking about the TV show. Oh, sorry, what does that say?
You see the time it says there?
What? I can't really make it out.
It says 9 in the morning on April 19th.
Oh, you know what I think it is?
It's Twitter times.
Yeah, because yours is on Alberta time, so it'll come up like that. Because if I go look at it, it'll be a couple hours ahead of that. Because,
Even so, this, even if it was, let's say.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the same tweet right now, and mine says 10:40 a.m., which would be 11:40 their time, Nova Scotia time.
Quote, I am okay with I'm going to hazard to guess this was a written statement, but I'm going out on a limb. First responders and community members, family and friends in Lance and Elmsdale. Elmsdale is very close to what is the name of it? The exit? Sibonacci or
Yeah, something like that.
So he's from Elmsdale, which makes sense. That's where he was shot. on Monday to welcome Constable Chad Morrison after he was shot on Sunday. Morrison, an 11-year veteran who was injured in the shooting rampage in multiple Nova Scotia communities. Oh, fuck off with the COVID, please. I'm really like they want to stick in the COVID. You know, CBC was totally downplayed this story too. It was the top story, but it got about 5 minutes, and then they're on and on and on and on about the fucking COVID. Like, they seriously have their priorities a bit messed up. Like, their national police force is a complete corrupt, law-breaking organization, and they want to talk about a virus that everybody's getting and not dying from.
Yeah, it's sad that just now that people are kind of
There we go. See,
coming to the realization of that.
Morrison said in a statement that was shared on Facebook. So he's got a Facebook page. Not that I believe in that very much, but it's going to be a written statement. Nobody's going to be allowed to talk to him. This is going to be the van cop down in Toronto, Lamb, who completely disappears. Going to sail off the radar.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, to all the other victims, including, he doesn't say anything about being her partner or that he was in the car.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What? How strong do you think this? Maybe people in the chat who are more familiar with this, especially people who are familiar with the thin blue line principle. How strong? And if East Coast wrote a paper on this, that's very interesting. Anyway, how strong is that thin blue line? If Morrison knew that he was shot by his own officers, would he be like, yeah, okay? If he knew his partner was shot by police officers, would he be like, yeah, don't worry about it? Pin it on somebody else?
Quite possibly. Because I think for a couple reasons is that what tends to happen is it's usually not one or two cops. If we're going with the theory that they were dirty and they were willing to kill one of their own over this, then the shot in his arm, even if it was accidental, could also serve as a warning, because usually it's the whole department that tends to be dirty. So it's sort of like one goes down, then we're all going down type thing. So kind of keeps people in line. And to show how far the deep blue, like the thin blue line goes, there was a few years ago, I think it was in Texas, there was a female cop that saw another patrol officer that was going like, I think it was like 120 kilometers like down the road, you know, something ridiculous with no lights on, no sirens, no emergency to get to. So she actually chased him and pulled him over because he was endangering people's lives. He was going like way over the limit. So she did what she was supposed to do, even if it was another cop. She got so much crap from her own department and other departments to the point where she actually quit the police force. So the thin blue line runs very deep among cops. And it's because of that whole idea that we're in the trenches together and we look after each other. A lot of times, that's why, like, even if you want to do the right thing, you do not go to internal affairs. So it runs really deep. And I think that if there was any dirt involved with this department, then even Morrison wouldn't say anything, even if he knew he got shot by his own people.
Grizzly's saying that he doesn't think it's that strong. But look at the fire brigade, right? Whose vehicle was disabled. That's the same fire hall that went down and, you know, the man who was killed, the brother who testified about the volunteer fireman. Yep. That was his fire hall that they opened fire on. and disabled the fire engine, and they delivered the teddy bears to his family, etc., etc. In the fire engines, even though they'd lost one fire engine. They deleted their post about the business about the RCMP opening fire on their fire hall. So it's like they're towing the line too. Protect these RCMP guys who just shot at us.
A lot of emergency services that they're going to stick together. Like that's a big thing with them is, that they have that camaraderie together because they're the ones who are running into the emergency when everyone else is running away. So they share that together. You put a gun in their hand, and now they just have a way they can extort you to do what they want you to do.
And another reason why they kind of have that camaraderie and why I think it runs really deep is the idea that if you're going to be put in a dangerous situation, you want to know that the person with you has got your back. So whether it's through thick and thin, through clean or dirty, you stick together for that very reason.
Oh,
and to be honest, if they're going to have your back through dirty, that means they really probably will have your back even more, almost.
Yeah.
In some of these guys' minds.
And I think this good show of how this sort of camaraderie exists is they've got in every country, in every city, they've got cop bars explicitly for cops and them. And
yeah, exactly.
So that kind of shows exactly the sort of mentality that's behind people that are put in these situations who take these jobs. So
yeah. How about this angle? I mean, this is, a little more tinfoily, but how about the fact that if there's a dirty police officer in their midst, it's a bit higher up or whatever. And I've seen, obviously that's just kind of Hollywood shit, but I mean, if somebody speaks out, they become target of violence too. They're threatened. So
yeah. No, I agree. And that's sort of what I was trying to make reference to a little bit earlier is that they could find themselves on the receiving end being taken out because of this. And I don't think it's that as uncommon or as Hollywood as it sounds. I can definitely see, especially in a lot of these really dirty areas, like that this is probably very likely, especially if we're talking like certain cities, like it's maybe a little bit different, like Nova Scotia. But if it's like a certain city with a lot of violence, like LA or maybe Baltimore or something, Chicago, it's very easy for them to put a bullet in their own partner's back or whoever, and then just say, we were chasing a guy and he got the drop on him or whatever it happens to be. So I think it's a very likely possibility, which is why one thing I'm also going to take a focus on is I want to look up maybe if there is any information out there, the sort of maybe police corruption that's going on in the province. Because if Officer Stevenson was aware of something and maybe was trying to blow a whistle, maybe that's why, maybe if we do think that she was taken out by other cops, this could be the reason why. Because I can't imagine they would just shoot her for no reason. They would do it if they felt that she was a danger to them. So that's what
I mean, that's an interesting angle, but that is getting a little bit more far out there. Like, what if it was just rogue cops who by accidentally shot this officer, but then
speaking of one,
sorry,
check out the private chat. Remember that Frank article?
Yes. Oh, okay.
This is one of the cops that's mentioned in that article.
Oh, okay. Let's bring that up. So Morrison wouldn't make a comment to Global. He'll only do the written statement thing. Let's go through this.
So, okay, there he is. Yeah, Constable Dwayne Stanley, who you were talking about a little bit earlier.
Dwayne Stanley, 9-year veteran of the force, is accused of assaulting 36-year-old man in the police station in Dartmouth. The man suffered a facial injury while in custody at the facility and had to be taken to hospital for treatment. Stanley was charged. Ooh. Ooh. Excellent find. Oh no.
So was the Frank article you're making reference to the Car 54? Where are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Tara talked about the fact that she's wondering if the police officers that were mentioned in there were dirty. And because she thought she recognized one name. I don't think it was this fellow. I think it was
Stanley is mentioned in it. Because I got the
Yeah, I was
article
just
from
gonna do that and double check to make sure.
Who
I
was
wasn't
the
being
other
an
fellow?
asshole, but I think it was a female, wasn't it?
Oh yes, that's right. Plain clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Commercial
It was a
crime.
man and a woman.
One was commercial crime and one was homicide. Seems an interesting pair. Commercial crime, homicide.
Yeah, and then what was it? Within 40 minutes, there was 2 other vehicles there.
And they were investigating something off-site. They said
Yeah,
nothing to do with Wortman, but I'm wondering if it was something.
I found it funny. They threatened to just go get the bolt cutters and cut his fence or cut his chain.
Yeah.
He threatened to sue them for damage of property. This is a whole really messed up situation.
Well, and the implication I got from that article was that they were menacing him with the bolt cutters.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, that's one worth keeping in the back pocket for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was when I stumbled onto that. I was like, this guy doesn't seem to have the best appearance, does he?
Who was the other woman?
I'd have to look up the picture again here.
Let's see what I got. Where is that? Where's that?
Tracy Longpree, who happens to have. Well, I'm not. This is speculation, just mere speculation. But there happens to be someone who works in Nova Scotia for Post Media who happens to have the name Steve Longpree. I wonder if that maybe is a husband.
Long tree, like long tree?
No. Here, I'll put it in the private chat so you know how to spell it.
Okay. Oh, long pre. Okay.
Yeah.
It was then this officer that Tara was referring to. And somebody got framed up on drugs or something, she'd heard. And it was that same officer.
I read that. I think I read that same article. It was it wasn't framed on drugs. The guy actually, it might have been drugs. Yeah. But they were called because I think he was drunk and he was at like a hostel. And this Dwayne Stanley was also the officer who showed up to that. And that whole report is actually like, I actually took the pictures of it. Statement of claim. Yeah.
Drugs.
Yeah, it's a police case with a guy named Mr. Thompson. Daryl Thompson.
Do you have the link?
I don't, but if you type in Daryl Thompson, Young Street, Dartmouth, there it is. That's the one.
God, oh, this is the actual statement of claim.
Yeah,
that's what I was looking
found that now. Michael Carter, Dwayne Stanley.
So this is going above and beyond the RCMP because now we're into Halifax PD.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think some of these guys worked out of that station at some point.
Well, and Halifax PD was involved with all of this nonsense too, because they were one of the forces that was helping out the RCMP. They said that. I think, in fact, those armored vehicles, etc., they came from Halifax. They had the H painted on it, and
I'm just gonna grab a beer and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys.
as
All
he
right.
turned towards the man, he grabbed his other arm. "You're under arrest," Mr. Thompson asked. "What for?" The officer said, "For selling drugs." Now, see, I think it was a different thing that Tara was referring to.
What do you think she was making reference to?
I don't quite remember. Sadly, I'm sorry. I'll ask her tomorrow if I remember. Maybe I'll just send her a text now. Then I don't forget, because I'll forget because I'm too absent-minded. What is his name?
Now I'm trying to see if there's any real connection back to from Heidi Stevenson to Dwayne Stanley.
Yes.
Because that's my next move right now.
Yes.
So far,
Excellent.
let's do that. Okay, nothing so far. Okay. So far, nothing. But I'm sure if keep digging, there's got to be something there.
Okay. I won't forget about that.
Try Twitter and see what we come up with. Stanley.
And remember, I was saying there was that one cop that, maybe he was in the fire hall. Maybe they thought he was Wortman.
Which one? Oh, at the fire hall? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe this guy was there. Maybe they thought that was Wortman.
Even though the resolution
Kinda looks
is
like-
great, I can't. Does he look the same? I don't think so. Maybe you can send me the picture.
Yeah.
You talking about Dwayne Stanley?
No, Dwayne Stanley doesn't look like that.
The one that was. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say Dwayne Stanley's got a thick head. Actually, Dwayne Stanley kind of looks like the guy in the picture with him there, but a little different still.
Yeah, because I got a picture of Dwayne Stanley over here.
Is that the one where they're eating in the wing contest?
Yeah, the Rib Fest or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Very interesting. Well, his lawyer has the same last name too.
Stanley's lawyer?
No, sorry, Thompson's lawyer, the man who's defending, or sorry, not defending, in the claim, listed as the plaintiff's counsel. So, I mean, this guy seems not to be a very good character. Stanley.
No.
I wonder what other
Oh.
references there are to him.
Makes a hell of a salary, though.
How much does he
Yeah,
make?
that's the other thing I was looking at. These guys are all making like all of the people that I've looked up, all the names involved in any of the story, they're all making over 100,000. All of them.
Yeah, Dwayne Stanley, if we're putting in his salary plus other benefits, makes $114,000.
Well, this is a very good, like being a policeman is you get paid a lot of money.
Yeah, especially when you work your way up like that. Oh yeah. Eventually, you make a pretty damn good salary.
I was watching a story about an officer down in Louisiana who was making more money than any elected official. Like he just kept bankrolling overtime hours and shit. And they busted him because he would say he was working all the time and he wasn't working. Like it was crazy. This guy was making like $180,000 a year or something US.
God damn.
Jeez.
We're in the wrong line of business, people.
I think so. You were looking at those Ribfest pictures, right?
Yeah.
Did you notice the girl in the one picture who was looking at Dwayne Stanley there?
Let me see.
She's sitting down at a table.
The one in the
What?
green sweater.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who that was, but it kind of looked like that. Heidi, maybe?
I don't think so.
Maybe?
Hold on, give me a second. Let me do. Heidi Stevens.
Suspended with pay.
There's similarities, but I don't think it's her. What does that say?
For a facial injury, didn't they say his jaw got broken?
I thought they said that his jaw got broken, yeah?
Well, the paper likes to say that it was a facial injury. He cut himself shaving. Oh, we lost Steve again.
Oh my God, they killed him. They killed Steve. Yeah, I'll be back. I don't know. Hold on. I want to quickly. I'm going to share my screen real quick because I want to get the chat's opinion on this. Let's see. Where is it?
I'm not saying that he lost his shit. What I am saying is that they're culpable for many of these deaths because they appear to have let him through the cordoned off area driving the police car because they mistook him, and then they're opening fire on the fire hall. They clearly are, and possibly may have shot their own fellow policemen. So, I mean, they're clearly in the wrong here on many areas.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, no, absolutely. I think there's a strong case to be made. Because if anything else, what they can point to is how did this guy, at the very least, had an authentic RCMP uniform. And I think if we get into it more and actually get into a trial, I'm pretty sure they'd have a pretty strong case to say that this was an authentic RCMP vehicle as well, which would make them culpable for these deaths. Now,
yeah, no, I really hope that people, but I mean, obviously this is like people are going through a lot of emotions and things like that, but I don't think, I mean, this is pure lunacy to expect that the RCMP investigating themselves. I know somebody who is very pro police, worked for the police for a very long time, and they, even though you can't say anything negative about police in front of them at all, they will readily admit that the RCMP is quite dirty at the top levels. Like they're politicians essentially, and not cops. They don't represent cops. So, I hope that the surviving families will sue them so that they have to actually literally sit down and do in front of a lawyer who will ask them these questions that are pointed, like the man from Frank, ask them the questions. Where were you? How did he get through? Why were you removing these tweets? Why did you go and open fire? Who was the man that was in between the cars, etc.? Like all of the things going on here. Did in fact you kill your own officer? What weapons were being used? How did he get the weapons? Did he get them from you? And this is the only way that you're going to get the answers. You can't ask them themselves. They're never going to tell you. They're not telling us anything at this point in time. They can't even tell their own victims, like their family members are dead. This is outrageous. And how long are we in now?
Was this day 4, day 5?
Crazy. Absolute insanity. Totally disgraceful. And this is our national police force who works for taxpayers. I don't think so. Who says, no, we're done answering questions now. Somebody really needs, they're like the bratty child. Somebody needs to kick their ass.
The thing is they've been able to get away without answering these questions for so long, and people just accept it. That I'm actually quite pessimistic about whether we're going to get real answers about this whole situation. Because they've been proven that all they can do is just give these roundabout answers. I think I know what you saw, yeah.
That's not my computer this time, so...
Actually, hold on. I can tell you the exact number of tabs that are open.
Back. He's doing something funny with this. There we go.
You're off by a little bit, sir. 87 tabs open.
87. How come your computer doesn't crash? I'm running Ryzen, with what, 64, 128 gigs of RAM, and my computer dies.
You have 128 gigs of RAM? I have 16.
I think there's something wrong. Maybe I got my stuff from Wuhan.
Most likely, yeah. Because I've got that open. I've got I got Paint open because I'm looking at an image. I've got a Word document open. But yeah, it looks like there's about 87 tabs according to my task manager, at least.
Oh my Lord. Oh no.
There we go.
To answer Ozzy Cat, to answer your question there. No, Polly sounds like she's gonna steer clear of this one, but she may help in the background, but she's not wanting to get in the middle of this right now. Which I respect. Everybody, can do their own thing.
Yeah.
What are you doing with the camera? I feel like I'm drunk now.
Yeah, I know.
This is bizarro world. Bizarre. What is up is down. What is down is up.
Yeah, I gotta give you something different. Get me from different angles.
No license plates on the car. No license plates on the police car. I mean, that's freaking crazy. not like anybody would have noticed that driving through the blockade either.
Did you watch that stuff on the number of the license of the number on the car?
See, I'm trying to steer clear of the tinfoily stuff on this one just because they are criminally responsible. But what's going on with you? You're having a real good time over there. Must be like
I find it funny.
The 4-paper one. What was the premise? I haven't watched it yet.
I'll be honest, I couldn't get through the whole thing. I mean, I started to, but I'm like, this is really tinfoily. So,
too tinfoily. Okay.
Well, it wasn't too tinfoily, but it was quite tinfoily. It almost reminded me of a Q theory.
Oh. What's your opinion of Q? Or this is actually dangerous territory. It's like wading into,
Well, I know this.
Do I look fat in these pants?
Exactly.
My
personal opinion is I think it's a psyop. That's just kind of what I think. I think it's there to keep people busy and give them a ray of hope. And I hope I'm wrong.
I like the fact that Q at least awoke a bunch of people who were kind of sleeping.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's kind of where I've left it. Like, there are some good things in there, though. I do agree.
Yeah.
Like there's, I know when I was looking at the Project MK Ultra, when I was doing a bunch of MK Ultra stuff to do with the Bissonnette shooting down at the mosque, and I found some stuff to do with the fact that down here in Calgary there was MK Ultra stuff running, and I didn't even know that. I mean, at our military base, I was completely unaware, and I wouldn't have known that if it weren't for a Q post. And I do agree with that. He was saying that drugs, these, antipsychotic drugs and SSRIs, they mess with people's brains, and they seem to be very, susceptible to suggestion, shall we say?
Yeah. I mean, if anyone didn't see the connection between any of that, then honestly, you're not really looking. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I've heard this business.
There was an 8-year period where it was like, what was it, 7 of 12? They were all on some sort of prescription drug.
All right, so have we got all of the stuff to do with... So I'm guessing that Stanley didn't get convicted then.
Yeah.
Not from what I can tell, anyway.
Oh yeah, no, the Bissonnette nonsense. Like the psychiatrist that suddenly floated out at the sentencing hearing. Oh my God, I was like, who are these people? They're child soldier psychiatrists. I'm like, oh no. The problem with this. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be. Let's see if there's anything in the news. Nope. Nothing in the news. How about let's try corruption? Corruption, RCMP.
You should probably come up with hundreds of cases.
RCMP Nova Scotia. You think is it that bad?
My personal opinion, yeah, but I don't have proof, right? So.
Nova Scotia. Roger Stone. No. That's BC. I believe. Richmond.
Let's see. Well, there's something out of the Star. RCMP study finds hundreds of cases of corruption in Mounties.
Mhm.
An internal RCMP study found 322 incidents of corruption with the National Police Force over an 11-year period, including a dozen examples involved organized crime. Improperly giving out police information was the most common type of corrupt behavior, followed by fraud, misuse of police officer status, theft, and interference with the judicial process. The RCMP undertook the study, dubbed Project Sanction, to help identify trends with a view to develop an anti-corruption strategy. It was apparent that many of the incidents identified in the study were a result of poor guidance, lack of adequate supervision, or a combination of life pressures that culminated in a desperate decision.
I don't think I've had enough sleep.
What the? What the hell is going on?
This is my backup. So if one gets taken down, I got the other one. I got this one.
Okay, the thing that's really throwing me off right now, though, is that your one, I guess it's your laptop camera or your computer camera, is like dark as hell, and then there's good lighting on your phone camera.
It makes no sense, does it?
Imagine, if you will, Steve having double personalities. You're entering the Twilight Zone.
Just as a
He's not a bad man.
kind of a bellwether as to would people in the chat, because there's a whole bunch of you helping, and which is awesome. Which would anybody in chat be willing to donate money towards funding a class action suit?
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, Steve's going to donate double the amount.
I will.
There you go.
I'll donate twice.
You'll donate.
I will.
Did you hear that, everyone? Steve is going to match dollar for dollar whatever you donate.
Cent for dollar. Cent
But
for
you're
dollar.
upside down. I think your pockets are already empty.
If I do that.
I
Okay,
just
that's
switched on
pretty
you.
awesome. Yeah, now we're sideways.
Right up.
But yeah, no, that'd be something I'd be willing to donate for sure.
Yeah.
Is that how class action lawsuits get started and funded? I think that's your specialty, Seamus.
Well,
Mr. My family is lawyers.
I've never been a part of one. I'm familiar with them like regular people. But I think we could organize something and do a GoFundMe and put it in a lawyer's name, so that then there's no sense of impropriety at all, right? The money is in supposedly a reputable person's hands, and it would just cover the costs for the lawyer, and that's it.
Okay. So
Because I know a lot. Sadly, these GoFundMe sometimes they go off the rails.
Yeah.
Which kind of I did want to. I don't know if I should wade into that one too much, but I know Adrian and I spoke about the GoFundMe that's for. I don't know. Should I touch this one, Adrian, or no? I don't know.
Good question. I think you should leave it for now until you at least talk to Tara.
Okay.
At least get her blessings to sort of go into detail.
Yeah. Well, she wanted to snap about it.
Get a better lawyer than Faith Goldie had.
Yeah. Jeez.
I must have missed that. I don't know when was she in court?
That's news.
She's been in a few times, I think.
Oh, there's East Coast saying. What news?
Oh, I love it when he says that.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the facial expression.
What news?
Well, I think so. The first thing we'd have to do then, if we were looking to actually get a class action lawsuit going, would be to find a lawyer that's willing to take it up, someone reputable who has who's good at their job, and see if they're willing to do that. Because then that would be someone we could start the GoFundMe in their name for.
Yeah. Well, when I did speak with my mother this morning, I didn't really get into this side of it too much. She said, well, I did a little bit. I mentioned it, and she said it was for sure a really good idea. And they should anyways. All of the families should be one unit. And then, because then they can go to the RCMP and they can say, listen, there's not just one or two of us and we're kind of floating about, and you can tell us one thing and tell somebody else, tell something else. If you've got like a unified force representing all of the victims, going to I will, Ozzy, I promise. Then they can go and negotiate with the RCMP as a unit and say, why haven't we been told things? What is going on with the investigation? And it's not like one person making a random phone call.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot more power if they act in unison.
The other thing we'll have to do is we'll have to get at least a few of the families of the victims on board to go along with the lawsuit.
Yeah, and that's totally up to them and wherever they're at, because I mean, again, it is a touchy thing.
Thing is, though, if we don't even have to go into extreme detail, but if we kind of just talk to them and say, like, hey, from the evidence that we've seen, it seems like the RCMP were at fault for some of these deaths, then I think we don't really have to go farther than that. Just sort of like, it's clear that he had an official RCMP, he had an official RCMP uniform. His car was at least known to the police, and they did nothing about it. Because of this, it allowed him to get to go around and pull these people over. That they are negligible for these deaths.
Yeah,
they're definitely negligible for selling a vehicle that's still got all of the equipment on it, because there's no way he bought all of this equipment.
Well, even if he did, they admitted tonight that they knew of the car beforehand, and they said, let's see if I can find that on the national. Chief Kinsella? That name.
Yeah, that kind of...
Kinsella.
Warren Kinsella? Warren Kinsella? Who's Warren Kinsella?
Oh, Warren Kinsella. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. What was that? CBC. Let's try CBC for the 5-minute coverage that they gave for the... Excuse me. Pardon me. I have COVID.
Yeah.
Where's the national?
Let's see.
Oh, we got this. We got a Halifax
When I first saw this product, I thought
imam
it was crazy.
weighing
I
in.
didn't really understand what the benefits would be.
Oh, that'll be good.
Communities are remembering.
Thanks, CBC. You're so multicultural.
Been talking about grieving, finding a way.
Oh, and a pandemic.
While they have to stay apart in this time of COVID-19, no more than 5 people to a gathering. But still, as is always the case in times of tragedy, people turning to their faith. I want to begin, if we could, in that I introduced you with the violence that we've seen in Nova Scotia. What are your reflections on what has happened in Nova Scotia over the weekend?
Let's see if the Quebec Mosque comes up. I think it will.
Why is this woman talking to me?
It's been a very tough year for our community, and I think for all Nova Scotians. You remember that throughout last year, we were dealing with the effect of the Barbo family tragedy. The Syrian family, they lost their 7 kids in the fire in Halifax last year. So it's been for us a very tough year. And now we are dealing with another crisis and mourning another loss.
And are there any direct connections within your mosque members or within the community to anyone who perished in the weekend?
I'm not aware of any direct connections, but
okay. So why do we have this?
Yeah,
I'm not sure why you're speaking to somebody who has no connection.
Are you on here? Yeah.
What an absolute waste of time. Thank you.
Hey, before anything happens in this country, you need to have the blessings of the Muslim population. All right.
Sorry.
It's true.
This is a Muslim country, don't you know?
Damn straight.
Where is the...
For Christ's sake, this is Kanadistan.
Okay.
Kanakistan.
Here we go. Let's see. I think I downloaded this.
Tonight, a Nova Scotia man's harrowing story of terror and personal loss.
You could see a body laying on the side of the road. As I got closer, I could see it was my brother.
As grief and anger build, new video shows the killer shortly before he was stopped.
If people had been more aware to stay inside, maybe something was tragic.
This wasn't the one I was watching.
Why wasn't there a province-wide alert? The RCMP.
It was with the Asian fellow. Oh, this guy.
Also tonight, Ontario's long-term care homes get military help. Their support.
He likes to talk with his hands. He's very Italian. I constantly felt like I was going to get throttled by him when I was watching it.
We have stopped a well-documented station.
Can New Zealand now show how to safely reopen?
You've taken all your guns. There's nothing you can do about it.
What? Take the jab and you're back at work.
You need to be sideways when you say that.
Take the jab and you're back at work, man.
Lack of clarity from police. Really? Trust the CBC to tell you the fucking derp.
Why that alert did not go out was a big question today. And
Really?
The RCMP did respond.
We were in the process of preparing an alert when the gunman was shot and killed by the RCMP.
Thanks,
you.
12 hours.
12 hours late. Yeah. We're saying
22 victims down.
They forgot to say, after he was killing his 22nd victim, right when he was killing them, that's when we were about to post this.
It ended with him hiding in the bush from a rampaging killer. His family forever.
This poor guy.
Shared his story with CBC's.
Tragic.
Something right out of a horror movie. Worse than a horror movie.
Clinton Ellison, his brother Corey, and their father were about to turn in for the night when they heard something outside.
It was about 10 o'clock. They went upstairs to go to bed. Me and my brother were upstairs listening to music, talking. We heard a single gunshot, didn't think anything of it. We stepped out in front of his house and walked, and we see a large glow in the sky from a very large fire.
That fire, at least one of the 5 buildings the shooters...
That's from up north.
My brother said
That's the corrections officers.
My brother said, I'll be right back. I was sitting there with my dad. We were waiting and waiting and waiting. My brother didn't come back. Finally, he phoned. And he says, listen, the fire's really bad. I'm taking pictures. Call the fire department.
That phone call was the last time Clinton heard his brother's voice.
We waited and we waited and we waited. And I walked up the road looking for my brother with a flashlight. My father come with me so far, but he stopped at the end of his driveway and turned around and went back in his house. I walked up looking for my brother with a flashlight. And I could see a body laying on the side of the road. And as I got closer, I could see it was my brother. I got one more step closer, I could see blood, and he wasn't moving. I shut my flashlight off. I turned around and I ran for my life in the dark. Around and looked down towards the road I had just run from to see a little flashlight flashing around looking for me.
According to the police timeline, the shooter was still in the area and had already killed many victims.
I ran so hard into the woods. I was lucky enough that when I was hiding, I waited about an hour before I could pull my cell phone out because I didn't want it to light up and give my position away. And when I thought I was safe, I phoned my dad and told phone the police. I think Corey shot and dead. And I said, shut the lights off and hide. And he said, yes, I will. I said, don't call me back. I don't want my phone to light up. And I laid on the ground and I nearly froze to death. I was laying there for hours. All I could hear was explosions from the fires and gunshots coming from all around.
How's he lying in the... Yeah. Like, if there's police running around everywhere, he's waiting there for 4 hours.
Yeah.
A nightmare through hell. It's a nightmare through hell. To walk up and find my brother dead.
Ian is in the chat is picking up on the same thing that I kind of did on this, I think, because he says, what was the time this guy was hiding? He said that he heard the gunshot at around 10 p.m. Now, the official story has this shooting starting at 10:30 at that time. So, if that's the case, then why is this guy hearing gunshots before this whole situation allegedly went down? Or apparently, I should say, did go down. But then there's also the fact that at least some of the screen caps that I have it saying as like by 8:30, people are saying that the gunman is in custody. And actually, I had one saved in my Facebook that apparently got taken down. Thankfully, I have both an archive and a screenshot of that. So, oh no, we lost one, Steve. But yeah, no, this is why the timeline to me now doesn't make any sense. Because the official one they want to go on doesn't line up with what the witnesses are saying and with some of the evidence that we have available to us publicly.
Okay, so the question is, why is it not matching up? What is it? I would say that they're engineering the timeline, but why are they engineering the timeline? What is it that they're hiding?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to figure out with the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm coming at it from that angle.
That's almost one of those things where I'd be shocked if we could find that out. We'll do our damnedest.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can put together a timeline with witness statements. That's the way the police do things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's no fucking way. This is like this. Yeah, sorry. I know I'm always on about the Quebec boss, but I know that one well, right? I mean, that was like one sentence said there were two, the witness said that there were two shooters. Police said that there was one. I'm like, okay, that's a witness. You're contradicting a witness. Like, you were there. You're going to tell the witness what they saw.
Yeah.
Like, it's completely preposterous. So, I mean, if they want to sit here and say, oh, no, like that they said in the press conference regarding this fellow's statement, they said, oh, no, he's wrong. I'm like, so he didn't hide in the bush. He wasn't freezing to death. He didn't get treated for hypothermia. But you're right. And we still have 22 people dead because of you. We're going to believe what you say? It's a bit out there. I know it's crazy town that we live in, but that doesn't make any sense.
By this fellow that killed all these people, I'll be traumatized for the rest of my life.
They left out the 4-hour part. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So selectively editing again. CBC.
I was watching the news earlier. It really made me sick to my stomach that they didn't put the emergency alert out.
Clinton Ellison says what happened Saturday night might have been avoided by an emergency alert.
And we're U.S. citizens. We're okay, though. Oh, they use Twitter. They're very forward-thinking.
After days of emerging anger, today the force said it was in the midst of issuing an alert when the gunman was shot and killed. But that was well
we were in the midst of doing it. Don't worry about it. We'll get to it tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow there'll be 44 dead, but we'll get around to it. If the emergency response has to contact the RCMP repeatedly to say, do you want us to issue this? And the RCMP is like, well, we'll think about it for a little while. We'll get back to you. There's a problem. I mean, they're wanting to do it, and the RCMP don't want to do it? That's strange.
Well, they didn't even start talking about they were going to be doing this until after people started asking them about why wasn't there one put out. From where I'm sitting, it looks like they never had any plan to use the emergency alert system. But then when people started asking that, they kind of started crapping their pants and said, oh, yeah, no, we were about to do that. But you know what? We caught the guy.
Well, yeah, absolutely. This guy seriously looks like he's shitting bullets.
Yeah, he does.
Like he's sweating, he's stumbling, he's like a stuttering retard.
Communications between the EMO and the various officers, and then a discussion about what the message would be, how it would be constructed, or what it would say.
For days, the Premier has been insisting the province didn't issue the alert because the RCMP didn't ask for one.
We would not go from what's happening by Twitter. We would need the lead agency to actually craft the message so that we could put that out, and no message was received, even though EMO had reached out a number of times.
A number of times. But the U.S. ones, they're okay. Oh, what was that?
Oh, and by the way, Ian, you're asking where were the cops? The cops were all sitting back in town. There were a bunch of them that were seen in the town, but when it came to actually where the shooting was going down, they were at best waiting at the entrance to the road. That's where the cops were.
Yeah.
Yep. And they
Sure nobody else got
right.
there.
Great point, because they left that part out too, where he said that. He's like, what were they doing? They were sitting in town doing nothing. What were they doing? All these people are dying. Excellent point. Yeah, CBC left that part out too. It's like our media is working against the people too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not tinfoily. Like seriously, they are.
But some did get an alert. Only American citizens. The U.S. consulate sent its own notification.
I would say the email definitely prompted me to go to the news, which I might not have done on a regular Sunday morning.
The RCMP says it was handling a fluid, dynamic situation. Its members dealing with unimaginable scenes. They say this is a complex investigation they expect to take months, but some questions may never be answered, as some will always wonder what might have been prevented if only that alert could have been triggered. Kayla Hounsell, CBC News, Halifax.
Do you think it's the appropriate time to? They're trying to say, oh, we thought this was the best method of all, and also still sticking with the story that this is they did a very good job with the informing people using Twitter. That's what the RCMP are saying, that this was fantastic that they did this way. That's what he said in the press conference yesterday. But honestly, if this was an untested method, I mean, I think we all know that they're just fucking around, and that's why they did what they did and didn't use the emergency response. But if we're to buy their BS, and they're saying, well, we thought this was going to be the best way possible was Twitter. Is it not the inappropriate time to test this? Like, shouldn't they test that during the emergency broadcast testing crap and all that nonsense? to see how many people? Like, why would you test it in a real live situation?
Besides, we would be, if they wanted to test that out, I'm pretty sure Twitter would have no problem at taking a look at the outreach that they had on the account and just say, like, this is just a drill or something right off the bat, and then see how many people it reaches. I'm sure that Twitter have no problem with that, but
maybe they wanted to save. Here's a super tinfoil. Maybe they wanted to save the fully brainwashed NPCs because they're still on Twitter. The people who get banned off of Twitter, well, they're not the good ones.
Yeah,
we'll let them die. It's completely preposterous, but
why not go there at this point?
We still don't know why the shooter did what he did, but Amastegla is learning more about how he was able to stretch out his rampage disguised as a mountain.
In the middle of a major manhunt, it's hard to picture a real police officer pulling into a parking lot and getting out this casually just to change what he's wearing. Turns out that man's the target of the manhunt, caught Sunday morning on this surveillance video shared with police.
Well, it's pretty hard during the middle of a manhunt to think of RCMP opening a fire on survivors.
Yeah.
Brr.
Before, at 10:55 a.m., he's seen here in Millbrook, with police tweeting 9 minutes later he's been spotted nearby traveling southbound in the Brookfield area. They'd already warned the gunman was driving a real-looking RCMP car, but that caution, it seems, came more than 2 hours after a key witness told police, though there may be a reason for the delay, says this former Mountie.
Could that have led to more false
Wait a
complaints
minute.
if they see the public keep real police
Bruce
car
Pitpain.
erroneous complaints all over the place?
Notice the mock RCMP cruiser has no license plate.
I think, guys, I don't want to be super tinfoily, but I'm wondering if they watch this shit. Because we talked about the license plate, and seriously, the RCMP came out today and said, "Oh yes, that picture was in his garage," and we proved that. What was it yesterday? Right, with the photos of the inside of his garage from other places, from his Facebook account and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's spooky. Just saying, like Slippin would say. Just saying.
Okay, so
sorry,
I'm just kind of looking at everything so far. So they say that he went to Millbrook at 11:05, right? There was it Brookfield? They said by 11:05.
Right.
Okay. Okay, because here's the thing where things get a little interesting to me is by that it's 11:05. So we have at this point
11:06.
35 minutes before he's killed at Enfield. Because it was 11:40, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that time, hold on.
He went to. There was a bunch of commotion over in Elms. Whatever, what do they call it? Elms something. It's up the road. There was a bunch of commotion there. I don't know where in relation to Brookfield that is.
Okay, because
I think. Sorry.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. So I actually am just sharing my screen right now.
Okay.
So if you just want to quickly switch over here, is that here you can see me now?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So right here is where that surveillance video was taken. Now he gets down here to Brookfield by 11:05. That gives him 35 minutes from when he's killed to make his way down to Shubenacadie, where he ended up having where the cars were on fire, and he had that exchange where the cop gets killed. He still has to make his way over here to where Joey Weber ended up getting killed, and then make his way all the way back here to the Enfield gas station. That seems like a lot.
Joey Weber?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Joey Weber, one of the victims. This is where he was killed in Weiss's
Is that
Corner.
one of the new ones?
It's been a day or two since his name was released.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know anything. Okay, you're going to have to bring me up to speed. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about this. Joey Weber.
Let's see. Joey Weber.
That's fucking crazy.
There's
no
way. No fucking way.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, here's I got a picture of Joey Weber here. You might recognize him when you see him. Let me just share again.
Okay.
So this is Joey Weber here. He said he went out to run errands for his family.
Oh, I did hear about this one.
Yeah, so this is the guy. And what was the area? It was Wisest Corner. Yeah. A neighbor and a longtime family friend of Weber's in Wisest Corner. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it said that he was actually... Yeah, so from what I can tell, he was killed in Wisest Corner. And that's it over here. So here's Brookfield. He has 35 minutes to make his way all the way down here, have the exchange, who knows how long that took. He has to go get a new car, come out to where Joey Weber was killed, and make his way back to the gas station.
Okay, can you is it possible to plot the driving time, just regular driving time
Google
with all
Maps.
that?
You know what? I can do that right on Google Maps, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see how long it would take without any fucking around to...
All right. Okay.
Hey,
So
Mercer.
it was Millbrook. Millbrook to... Okay, we'll put you up there. So it was Millbrook to Brookfield. Millbrook to Brookfield. Brookfield to Wisest Corner. And then Enfield, Nova Scotia.
An hour and 42 minutes.
That's gotta be Walker.
No. There, I think there was a mistake made there. Hold on. This is Millbrook.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think that's...
Yeah, no, it's not completely accurate, that that map there, where that was. Hold on. Let's put it to about, what was it, just short of Churro? Yeah, so it's just a little shy of Churro.
Yep.
So roughly around that point. So we're looking at like about an hour to get that whole drive done, and that's if he just does it.
So that doesn't match at all. He couldn't, if he drove the whole fucking way.
And that's not even counting the 2 cars.
It would be noon. If he just drove it straight through, going the speed limit, it would be noon.
Yep.
And what time did he die? 11:50?
11:40, they said.
40.
Yeah, because even if we're doing it, because they said 11:05 is when he was in Brookfield, and that's right there. It's still a 55-minute drive.
Yeah, and that's
65
you still
kilometers.
don't have the 2 cars in that.
You got to do 2 cars.
Equation.
Shoot the cops. You got to flag down and somehow get another vehicle.
Yeah.
Got to go and at least shoot Joey there.
Shoot
and then
Joey.
make your way.
Did he burn down his house too? I don't know. Like, I'm just asking. I don't know anything about it.
I don't think so. Let's check it out though. Fire.
Wow, that is a lot of tabs.
Like, why did he go over to?
No.
How many browser windows do you have open?
A billion.
So you do like I do, like a billion pages or billion tabs of a billion pages.
Pretty much, yeah. Most of
I think
these
that
are
must
the...
be like a truther thing because I do it too. But
I want your computer. Mine's like I paid a pile of money. I got the Wuhan edition.
Yeah, I don't think they ended up burning down any, setting fire to his car or anything.
Oh, they're gonna have some timeline work to do now. Hopefully, they're watching.
came across the spot where.
Yeah,
so this guy was killed at the same place as Heidi.
Let's see. After getting his oil, Weber would have then driven along Highway 2 to Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, where Ben Zanson said he came across a spot where the gunman in his mock cruiser and authentic uniform killed RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson. Ben Zanson said Weber likely would have stopped upon seeing what appeared to be a police officer on the road carrying a firearm.
This is a lot of speculation and
yeah, there is a fair amount of speculation on this part here. So let's see. Where's Shubenakati? So let's eliminate that. Shubenakati. Even then, I think we're still talking about a decent length of time. I mean, 23 minutes if he's going straight there, maybe. Hold on, because we were back up at what was it? It wasn't Millbrook, it was Brookfield. It's still a 35-minute drive from Brookfield down to Enfield. And again, let's say we're stopping, he's got to have the shootout with our constable there, and then he's got to kill Joey and then make his way all the way down to Enfield. That's still a 40-minute drive.
That's crazy.
I don't see how that can work out.
To get in the accident or get pitted, shoot the police officer, commandeer another vehicle, kill Mr. Weber, and how much time did he have to do that all?
So
35.
yeah,
It was just like 35, 40
15
minutes.
minutes, I think. 15 minutes to do the extra stuff.
because yeah, when it was at Brookfield, they said it was 11:05.
Well, it was
Or at least
11,
that's what they mentioned.
11:05.
That's a good question Ozzy's asking. I'm wondering how he's starting all these things on fire, because he's like literally destroying them all.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. They didn't say anything about like Molotov cocktails or anything of the sort.
Well, like the corrections house officers and their cars are like completely totaled.
Oh yeah, no, that place was burnt to the ground.
All right, well, whoever's writing down notes, I hope somebody is, make a note of the really shitty timeline problem there, because that's just not adding up time-wise.
No, not at all. So, because yeah, you know what? That alone puts into question the official timeline. Like, put everything else aside. We'll put aside that they didn't know where he was from 12 to 8 or anything else that went on. But they're trying to claim that this guy made a 45-minute drive in half that, almost. Not quite half of that, but still, like, he had about...
He parted the seas.
What's that?
He parted the seas.
Yeah.
Like Moses.
Yeah, he had 35 minutes to do that, and that's if he just drove. I mean, sure, he could have been speeding, maybe, but it's still not taken into consideration the stopping, the shootout, having to get a new car, get back on the road, and it's, again, this would be if he explicitly headed straight to Enfield. Who knows if he tried to take a detour, take a back street to throw off the cops or whatnot.
I don't know if that picture is legit, but...
Yeah, it is.
A fireball.
Yeah, like those things were fucking roasting.
But that's after he ran away, right? Because only the one car in the video is fully
I find
engulfed.
it funny that there's another car, a purple car.
A purple car.
Oh, the one just off to the left?
Yeah.
Purple car eater?
Yeah, purple car eater.
Uh,
I have a funny story about that.
The purple car eater.
I tried to get my grandmother to say purple people eater, and she's like 90.
Purple people eater?
It's pretty funny.
Did she say it?
She did. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, she did not know what she was saying. It was funny.
It's good. Nice, man. You mess with old people. That's awesome. Come on, Grandma.
I love my grandma.
Purple
Yeah.
people here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the timeline doesn't match. All right, and the fires. I don't know how the second car caught on fire and got totaled like that too. How did he even catch the first car on fire like that? I mean, cars don't burn like that.
No, they don't. Again,
They don't.
only way I could see that
movie.
working out would be if somehow the which is possible, a bullet clipped the gas line, the gas started leaking, but then you still need a spark to start the fire. And I mean, it's not like the movies where you shoot a gas tank and things blow up.
If who's shooting?
It probably would be the RCMP if I had to guess.
From where?
Oh, I could only speculate that it'd be in the position that we saw them from in the video, in that video of the cars on fire.
So how is he getting down to Enfield? Oh, that's right. He's commandeering another vehicle. How does he commandeer another vehicle when there's a whole bunch of police there, if we're believing that one?
That's what I want to know, because that doesn't make any more sense to me.
I think the video that Steve's got there is where you can see in the background somebody's running away, and I think that may be him, and I think then they shot their own officers. They didn't even realize that was him. He got away, went and commandeered another vehicle that's before killing Weber or after killing Weber?
I think it was after. Because we didn't hear the gunshots in the video, which makes me believe that it already had happened. There was the reference to the people who were in the car that a police officer had already been gunned down. So I think that was after that took place. Which, again, it begs the question, if that just happened and that was Wortman running away in the background, that would have just taken place. So why were those other RCMP officers not doing anything about it? Why did they not try and take him down? Why did they not try and stop him?
Well, they're wandering around in the ditch, two of them kind of sauntering around.
And even if you want to sort of, we could even, let's say, write that off as like, okay, they wanted to get their officers out of harm's way. But then you have the two other officers that are still behind their vehicle, but they're not really in a position where it looks like they are under fire or prepared to take fire. They're just kind of there, Hold on, I want to check out that video again real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That guy running in the background, that could be possibly the guy that he commandeered the car from.
Where is the video now?
Maybe.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, baby, we're right on the scene.
Oh, baby, we're right on the scene.
To me, this video still feels like it could be a fucking psyop too, but that's a whole nother.
Well, only one car is on fire here. Two. See, there are two of them just wandering around quietly.
They're dragging him out. Look, they're dragging somebody. Oh my god. That's it.
Yeah, and that's they drag him behind the vehicle.
You know what? You've got a very good point right now. Hold on, pause that. Only one car is on fire right now.
Yeah, only one car is on fire.
And the thing is,
that video, that picture I just showed you,
cars are in flames.
Yeah, both. There's two cars there on fire.
That's must be taken after.
The thing is,
so what,
too,
they just
about
left
that.
These here and just let them burn the fuck up? Like nobody showed up to put this shit out?
I mean, I could see that they probably don't have fire extinguishers just in their car. They might, but I don't know if they do, so they couldn't do much about that. But my thing is that I don't see how the flames could just jump over from one car to the other, because the entire outer shell, aside for the window, is made of metal. It's not just going to catch on fire like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like it would have.
But not only that. Okay, so When somebody reports flames, so these cops are on scene now. They're reporting this. A normal response time for firefighters is under 7 minutes. If they're not there before that, they actually aim for about 4 to 5 minutes. That's what their goal is, max. So if they're there in 7 minutes, there's a fucking problem. Well, in that picture I just showed you with the 2 cars on fire, there's no police there, right? There's nothing there. So that means these people all left. So you're telling me that this picture was taken like what, minutes after all the police left and the firefighters still hadn't shown up? Like it was just that instant, you know?
Well, they couldn't show up because their fire engines were disabled by the police. And their fireman was dead.
Hold on. Yeah, actually, but that's a good point because I also have a picture here.
Here he is running away. Here. I think this is him.
Mm-hmm. In the background there.
Yeah. Right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the thing is, too, is I have a picture saved over here. Which, sorry, give me 1 sec. I got a picture over here that is from a different angle of the cars on fire. And you can explicitly see that the closest car is not on fire. I can share my screen and show you guys if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I wish you had, like, control.
Yeah, no worries. So let me know when you can see it.
Can you blow it up some more?
Probably.
There. Perfect, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, you can see that the one cop car behind
That
is
looks
on
like there's
fire.
another...
Whose video is that?
Is there a second SUV there, too?
That's
This
all
is
from the same
Oh, there's more than one SUV.
Almost.
Yeah, this one is just a picture I found online, so I'm not sure. Part of me is wondering whether it's from the video that we saw, but maybe the first bit didn't make it through because like that was just a compilation, so it almost looks like it may have been cut out. Or it's somebody off a pedestrian or something off to the side that just took a picture of what was going on.
You're going to stand out on the road?
Could be from their car, but this is all speculation. I have no idea. But yeah, no, it's...
And in this picture, they're wandering around on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that in the video. They don't go off to the right.
See, now I'm kind of wondering. Before. I'm actually thinking it's after, because before the cops were behind their car. And now it looks like they're wandering out into the street.
Yeah, 2 of them go down in the ditch. I'm not understanding what they're going into the ditch for. That's odd. They just kind of saunter into the ditch. Like,
huh.
There's no
wait a minute.
pictures
and meanwhile,
of that
bullets are
windshield,
getting fired.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Because I'm wondering if maybe the cop flew through the windshield. Maybe she wasn't wearing her...
well, if the
maybe
car...
she crashed?
Oh, that's probable. Can you blow up the window?
I can do a little bit more, yeah. The thing is, though, is when I'm kind of looking at it, it doesn't look like the window is busted because you can see the glare off of the windshield.
Exactly.
But I'm actually, if you kind of look...
Who's that down there?
Yeah.
Like at the back wheel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just saw that like a second ago, and I was thinking, is that a body?
They drug behind the car?
Or is that Heidi? And then, if it is, who the fuck did they pull into the ditch? Was that Morrison?
No, they didn't pull anybody into the ditch. I think East Coast pointed out they were pulling them behind the car, behind the SUV. I don't know what they're doing down in the ditch, because that happens. Like they go down into the ditch and then they say, "Oh, look, they're pulling them out," and then you see them come behind the vehicle. I think they're pulling whoever it is behind the vehicle, whoever's in that photo, probably lying there on the ground. But how are they lying on the ground? Because if they didn't fly out of the window, I mean, it's not even the trajectory is wrong. They couldn't come out of the window, even if the window was gone, and end up there. So why are they there? Unless they shot him. They shot him because that's perfect angle.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. They're standing there and they shoot him. And meanwhile, he's running off in the background here. Well, no, he runs off. Well, we don't know when this is, but I mean, he's in the back. He's not in front. And this person is down on the ground. So what are they saying then? That he ran around the car, shot him in front of the police, and then ran away? That doesn't make sense. I think the police, like the fire hall, they opened fire.
Yeah.
They didn't realize who they were firing on, and they shot their own officers, including Mr. That guy, the other fellow you got the name for.
Which would corroborate what we're seeing in that video where they say they just killed a police officer, because if they just opened fired and they shot Heidi Stevenson and killed her, like we came in but after the gunshots were fired, so that's a very distinct possibility.
You know what's really interesting from that video or this picture here? You notice the grass?
What about it?
That's a pretty big freaking fire. It had to have been pretty hot. That grass looks like it's fucking incinerated.
Well, and they're sitting there today. They're raking that grass, eh? There's video of them like raking it. They're looking for casings, I think, or something. So are they raking up their own casings?
It's a good question.
Like, if there were no bullets or anything fired here, well, no, they're not saying that though.
Well, then you know what? But
Can
that's
you
the
blow
other
up
thing
the
too.
body?
I'll see how close I can get.
Like, can you crop it or something? And
Hold on. You know what? Give me 1 second. I'm going to try a different something else. I think I got the picture still saved somewhere in here. Okay, I know what I'll do. Copy that. Hold on. Just give me 1 second.
the pavement was even on fire. Was it?
Save that.
It was definitely a friggin' intense fire. But all these fires seem to be really, really intense.
But like, what would be such an intense fire that would like that's a really strong fire?
I'm just thinking fuel when I see something like that.
Do you know I saw a picture today of the corrections officer's house. Somewhere I saw where they had they had an excavator, like a backhoe in there. Because any pictures I've ever seen of it, where it was completely leveled, like there was nothing left. But why was the backhoe there? Like, isn't that destroying the scene of a crime?
You'd think.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. My ADD.
There's a lot of houses right by this car scene too, hey?
All right, I can.
Yeah, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3.
Well,
three different
we
houses.
got the area, so I mean, if we can get, maybe we can get phone numbers and stuff for places.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, we can get it. I think talking to witnesses who saw this, like that's why I'm wondering who made the video.
Last weird thing about this picture. Okay, so those 2 cars are on fire. Again, we're assuming those 2 cars are on fire after all of what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about that. Sorry.
So that's about as close as I can get it. It's really hard to tell. It's just there's something.
It's definitely a body, I would say, but it's not. It's dark clothing.
Which would be an
What the hell else
RCMP
is it
officer.
gonna be? It can't be.
I can't think of what else it might be. I didn't even see that until we just started doing this now. Like that body there. Or we presume to be a body. And then
A big duffel bag, maybe, or something.
but where would the duffel bag come from? Like whose duffel bag, and why would it be
Why
there?
would they take a duffel bag out of the car?
What the hell is that in the ditch? I don't know.
Oh,
looks
in
like
the ditch?
similar shape and size.
Can you send that
No,
photo?
I'm
Is there like tweet it
Yeah.
to me or something? Or yeah, tweet it.
Yeah.
No tech.
Hold on, I'll send it to both of you. Give me one sec. Hold on, I just want to do one thing real quick because this is where. Yeah, because yesterday this is where we found out that the car was where this all went down.
Yes. So then, okay, and he's saying that there's a lot of houses around there. You see him?
I could see there was like a few houses. Yeah, right there. There's one. There's a couple
yeah?
back here. Yeah. So they
Couple
would
of-
have seen
something.
Yeah, I don't think people, unless they're having a heavy metal concert at home, I don't think they could miss what was going on outside.
Was it this one that we were thinking? Or was it another one? A little farther down, what I think we were saying? Yeah, I think we said we think it was a little farther down, right?
No, because the signs. No. Back. Plus, you can see the road because the car comes driving up the road in the oncoming traffic. See, there's the yield sign.
Yeah, you're right.
And the do not enter sign.
Yeah, okay. So it was just a little farther down or something, yeah.
They put in a new power pole, though, it looks like.
Because you know what I was thinking too? Because we were kind of wondering if it was a
defend. That's what I'm saying. I've been saying they shot their own cop.
Mm-hmm.
They shot their own cops. I've been saying that for days. I'm pretty sure they shot their own cops.
All right, where are you guys? All right, I'll drop it each in your Twitter, your twatter.
Yeah, that account got canned too. Twatter Nazi.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, each got it in there.
Okay. Who's sending what where? So everything's in Twitter because I can't access shit on my phone on my computer. Okay. Oh, so here's Steve's picture. Oops. Let's put that over here. Oh, can I do that? No. I have to minimize the video.
Yeah, because whatever's in the ditch in the picture that I had looks like it could be around the same size.
Or is it shadow?
It could be a shadow.
Oh, you know why that grass all went up too, right?
Because when he took his jerry can, he literally just flung it everywhere. And
well, no, but do you see all the here? I'm going to switch over just a second here. All the grass here is it's chaff.
Mm-hmm.
It's dry grass. Piles of it. So that's why the grass is all burned.
Still, it's like a perfect circle.
Hey, Steve, do you mind sending me that photo as well?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's see if we can. Let's see here. I'll save the video or save the image. Okay. And then let's
Did you see
blow
the
it
picture
out.
of him getting loaded up on the stretcher too?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got that one too.
Where was that? Oh, here. Okay. Let's blow this up. So it's absolutely, I think, the right scene. That where we know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now this, I think, over here, I don't know. too big to be a tire. I think it's a shadow.
There's also a cop in this picture too. If you scroll over to the right of it, there is one cop that was still on scene. Keep going over right there.
And this isn't the SWAT team. This is a regular cop.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a taser. Yellow.
Or maybe he's just really, really white.
Yep, you're right. That could be a hand. You scrub that whiteness off.
That's right.
That was such a classic video he made. Nobody said anything about being on the shitter. I thought that was hilarious.
My wife liked that actually. She commented to me. She's like, "Is he on the shitter?" Yeah.
I thought it was hilarious. Now, what is the purple eater car doing here?
Yeah.
Like right beside a fire.
That's what I'm saying. And there's a cop right there. So it's like the cop's kind of looking over that way. Like,
Now, it's kind of hard to tell, but it doesn't look like anybody's in the car.
No, nobody appears to be in the car.
But that's a major highway, isn't it?
What's this black thing here?
What, you mean in the field, kind of?
Sorry, I don't know if you can see my pointer because it's probably too small. Right above, like if you go midway through between the cop car and the purple people eater, if you go up underneath the tree, there's like black.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right here. It doesn't look like it's smoke or... There appears to be something here.
You think maybe somebody's chimney?
I want one of those software packages, you know, that you can enhance photos.
We need that CSI technology.
Yeah, that shit is awesome, man. That shit is awesome. Okay, and where's the other photo? You sent that?
I sent. Yeah, we both sent one.
Okay, sorry, I better go and get Adrian's photo here. Hey, Wendy. Thanks for follow. I'll follow you back. How's that? There you go. Okay. And this photo, right? All right. So we'll save that. Okay. Is there anything in that photo? Are you whispering?
Yes, that was me.
That's how he thinks.
Share with the rest of the class.
I was just trying to see in that picture. There's the gazebo, so I was just back on Earth, and I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do as well. If it's actually there.
Yeah, I do see the
is that a
gazebo.
coincidence that there's 2 accidents with cars crashed the exact same?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I'm going to check something out. It'll just be 2 seconds.
That's definitely a body. Here, like the legs.
Yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit.
That's not a duffel bag because it extends past the car. If it was a duffel bag, it would just be at the wheel well, and that's it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it goes almost right up to the SUV door.
Yeah. And still, though, this car is not on fire.
Yeah, you know what? Defend Canada actually had a good point where that person on the left ran to. Like, what's else? Where would they be running to? Like, it's just highway there, isn't it?
That's what my girlfriend always says. Pointer is too small. Okay. Sorry, which point?
When he said, please show an aerial, like where that person was running to. Because this is just like a major highway. Like,
Yeah,
there's no
he
stores right
would
there.
have
I don't
run
think.
down onto the 104. Is that the 104? Then he would have commandeered a vehicle, the silver tracker, right? But, you know, there's another fucked up thing. If you look at the gas station, there's no silver tracker.
Yeah.
There's a bronze Suburban, a gray Mazda 323, and that's it.
A lot of cop cars.
And lots of cop cars, but there's no silver tracker. So where's the car? Strange. Strange.
Let's go from here. Let's go from over here.
Why is it not open? Which one was that? This one.
Okay.
Ran because they threw accelerant and booked it.
Yeah.
And I sent you the picture of Macaulay too, just in case you wanted it.
Oh, fuck. This is the wrong program. What is it?
So it looks like Defend Canada wanted a aerial view.
Okay,
Which
you got that?
once we're done this, once we're done looking at this photo, I can show the aerial view.
Well, I'm just trying to understand the fire here. Still.
I know what you mean.
I think they opened fire on the car and then it just caught on fire.
Maybe.
But how does it just catch fire like that?
A lot of bullets.
Maybe like I don't know, but it's your gas theory. I mean, it's not burning from the front.
Let's see.
And here we can definitely see that it's two cop cars. So he had the cop cars all the way almost to the end. So this business about that he had the cop car only for a brief period of time, they can take that and blow it out their ass.
Yeah.
That's not true.
See, the only thing with the shooting the cop cars that I'm wondering is that I've just taken a look at some of the vehicles after the fires died down, and I can't see like bullet holes just riddling the cars. Like, hold on, I'll drop in your guys' DMs.
Where's the other picture here? This one with the trunk open? Is that the one you're talking about? Ozzy? There's no...
Go back, the one with the trunk open.
There's no purple car here. Either.
Is it possible that that purple car or whatever it is we see could have been an undercover cop car?
And there's another thing. The purple Oh, no, wait a second. No, the purple car is heading the right way. I thought it was going the wrong direction. Could be an undercover. It's kind of a shitty undercover. What is it, a laser or something? Like, honestly, the engine in that is not that great. Better trade with Wortman. He gets the good cars.
That's right.
Maybe they just didn't have any more cop cars because they gave them away.
Yeah, they sold them all.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So for the aerial view, we're thinking that right around like where the pin mark is was where this ended up going down. So if the guy was running away, he really didn't have anywhere to go except to follow the road, maybe into the trees.
What's that building there?
Probably just
into the trees. What is he doing? Like a phantom dumper in the tree or something?
Really had to take a shit.
Do a number 2. You can put
Hang
that.
on, guys. Time out. I need to take a dump.
Yeah.
Put that in the timeline.
Took dump at 11:10.
3 moments later.
But yeah, no, he really, from what I can tell, he didn't have anywhere to go. See,
Well,
I
he's
wanted
going to run back on the highway. Go down. Isn't he going to run back down on the highway?
maybe. See, the only thing I'm wondering is we don't know where he got this other car from. Now I'm wondering, again, I don't know if this guy's even good at hot wiring or whatever, if maybe he ran through the trees to like this house here and then like hijacked the car or something.
Well, I want to I want to see the fucking car. Where is the silver tracker?
Because, yeah, I haven't been able to find it yet.
Silver tracker?
When I was watching the video the first time, I'm like, what are you talking about, silver tracker? There's no fucking silver tracker. They say in the tweets it was a silver tracker. They say first it's a gray car, then they say it's a silver tracker. They specified the model. Now, how the fuck, where's the silver tracker in the video? Let's see if I've got video of that. I've never seen a silver tracker. I've just seen the bronze.
Interesting picture. Check out, let's see.
Yeah, it was a bronze Subaru.
A bronze Subaru?
I think it was a Subaru. I'm trying to make out.
Yeah, I mean, these are good questions. Defend, where did he get the car?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Subaru. Because that's the one that the police are hiding behind. And then we got the one picture of the cop who's kind of on top of it. You know what I mean? He's like in the passenger side door standing on top.
No, man. That's a fucking Suburban.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, and there was some lady who was saying that they were pointing the guns down into the Suburban through the sunroof. But how the fuck would they do that? They'd have to open up the door to stand on the ledge to put their guns down through the sunroof? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Hi, I'm opening up the door. You can shoot me in the leg.
Check out the article I just sent you, the second picture. I don't know if maybe that's the 2 cars they're talking about.
Okay.
No, we lost someone. Yeah, holy fuck, that tactical unit is crazy. And that's Halifax PD.
Oh, we lost Seamus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't even realize I was looking at the picture there. Yeah, no, that's Suburban there. see that they're crowding around this, and I don't see this silver
Yeah.
car that they were talking about.
Yeah, well, and when you scroll through these pictures too, like this Suburban that they're standing by, they're pointing at their guns at something that's just on the other side of that. So again, where the fuck is this car that he was?
Yeah, and the worst part is, like,
Okay. Are we still live?
I totally got kicked. And where's just my stupid opinion? Zo?
Yeah, hi, you're here. I'm here.
I got kicked.
That was weird.
And now I have no camera.
that was stupidity. I accidentally went to go hit share screen, and I hit leave studio instead. I was just going to say I couldn't even share the screen because Seamus wasn't here.
Yeah.
The second photo?
Second photo, yep.
And I'm wondering if those two cars in the background are potentially the cars they're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting pictures in this article, this Fox News.
Oh, where is that over here?
Wonder how long before they black out that license plate on that SUV too.
Somewhere there's still the video of him lying down on the ground. You can see him. I saw the original one before they doctored it, but I don't remember if he was wearing a uniform or not. I didn't see anything.
I'm assuming that's what this one is, that where the guy's standing on the door of the Suburban, pointing his gun like straight down.
Where's that?
That's like the third picture.
Because a witness lady said, and I've never. Oh, where's that? I've never seen.
Keep going. That one.
They appear to be pointing downwards towards the pumps, right?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like,
there's a gray Mazda 323, I think.
Yeah, there's something there. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the gray. Oh, it's a Nissan, I think. No. Well, whatever. It's some shit box.
Might even be a Honda Civic.
So they get down from the top, they shoot him, and then what? They're covering, make sure that he's down? Oh, yeah, it's a Mazda. Oh.
Yeah.
Rogue Gallery.
And here's another picture of them standing in front of that Mazda. Yeah. Oh, there's actually, that's got a license plate. That's got a license plate, people. You can find out at least whose car he stole. He stole a car.
The wounded officer appeared to have some damage to their arm. I don't know if they fell down or they got shot. What was his name again?
Morrison?
Morrison, yeah.
Yeah, there's that Mazda. I wonder if that's Dwayne Stanley in that blue jacket right there. That almost looks like him. Keep going forward in the photos and you'll see.
That guy's uniform doesn't match well, eh?
No.
No. Very bad color coordination. Maybe he's like the guy up in Edmonton. I think that's a bit of an inside joke. But
Yeah.
what is it? Zer Garbage?
Carmen.
Oh, here we got the hazmat
See,
team.
this is what I'm saying.
What
And
the fuck is COVID?
Kate, that guy in the blue jacket. Doesn't that kind of look like Stanley? I mean, I've never seen Stanley from the rear, but
I kind of see what you mean, though.
That sounds dirty.
I sure like that car, though. The license plate FNZ257 something.
I think they only have 6 digits.
No.
In Nova Scotia, don't they? Their plates aren't.
They're not crazy.
Sorry?
They're not crazy plates like ours.
Yeah, they haven't gone up to because they don't have the population yet.
Losers.
So, okay, where's Stanley?
Mr. Blue Jacket with the right behind the hazmat guy there, beside Mr. Guy with the glasses on the tip of his nose.
He certainly looks like he has a drinking problem. What is with the... What, does he have COVID? Like, why is there a bio...
Maybe.
He does,
That's what
actually.
made him
Haven't
go-
you heard they're chalking up this death to COVID? In fact, all 22 people who died of COVID. Too much?
Too soon? Too soon? Yeah.
That's wow.
Oh, that kudos, sir. It was quick thinking.
Well, yeah, here you go. This is, I think that's Halifax police badge, right?
Yeah.
That's not...
It looks like it. And that other guy's like undercover or something.
They all need Rogaine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else do we have there? Oops. More body pictures. That's the same photographer who's doing that.
Yeah.
Andrew Vaughn.
Nice
Canadian
to
Press.
pictures.
No, I don't care about you, Robert Spencer. I'm not buying your Islam misleading stories. Why are those both down? Did they just push them down? I don't know if that makes any difference, but somebody's got the real video out here, but I still don't see the silver tracker.
No, me neither.
There is a Subaru. It's way in the back.
Here's another picture that shows a bunch of vehicles, but definitely I don't see it. Yeah, I have you're showing a video of a picture I have the same view of. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now they moved this vehicle because I saw the video originally, and the body was from the camera angle. Somebody was filming, and they moved this vehicle in front. But then there's also a video of the and then they've blurred it out now. But I don't know where that is either. There's a silver Focus.
Yeah, and there's also a picture with some sort of van, like a mom's van.
This one?
This is the same view. I just put it in the chat.
Copy. Well, here's their timeline.
Yeah,
different
that's
people.
also very interesting.
But yet, you see that though, where it goes from 11:30 to 8 a.m.
Yeah. Like he did nothing all night. He slept.
Well, he was
getting beauty sleep.
There, because how many people? Kage figured that out. That there was 9 people that died on that road.
Mm-hmm.
Or roads. So, and he had to set 3 fires, right? And chase the guy around in the woods.
He was a busy guy.
When did they first set up the barricade? I think they said. I thought they said 12 minutes after they got there. Wortman seen in several communities. Well, I don't know if that tweet's still there, that he's not employed by the RCMP. Is that a tweet? 1:30, police will not say whether Wortman is dead or alive.
Interesting.
Why is there this confusion about custody? He's dead, and then we're not dead. We're going to tell you if he's dead or alive. Okay. I'm still not seeing a silver tracker.
Nope.
I saw a police officer standing there and like he was panicked because we were right behind a burning
Oh, here's that lady.
vehicle at the time. And I'm
Oh yeah,
like,
Darcy.
we're not supposed to be here. We need to turn around and we need to get out of here.
When you turned and you saw that police vehicle on fire and an officer running towards it, like, what were you thinking?
I knew something bad had really happened. I heard 2 shots before we rolled up to this scene, and I didn't, like, I was thinking, oh my God, where are these shots coming from? Like, is it maybe because something blew up on a fire or, you know, but I knew seeing all the cops that something had to have happened. So as we come up and we're turning to get to safety and this police officer is running towards the burning police car, my heart's pounding. Like, my heart just dropped to my stomach because I'm thinking something's wrong with this partner. Like, I had this feeling that something's wrong with this partner. And the way he looked, my heart went out to him, but I knew we had to get this.
Oh, whoa. What was that?
Really bad with that.
So he was up and about.
And my heart's pounding. Like, my heart, something blew go up on a fire or, but I knew seeing all the cops that something had to have happened. So as we come up and we're turning to get to safety and the police officer is running towards the burning police car, my heart's pounding. Like, my heart just dropped to my stomach because I'm thinking something's wrong with his partner. Like, I had that feeling that something's wrong with his partner. And the way he looked, my heart went out to him, but I knew we had to get to safety. I feel really bad for that community itself, and it's a quiet community. So to have something like this happen and to be witness of it, it's shocking. It was terrifying.
Interesting.
2 shots. Wortman not dead. 1 dead police officer. Wortman runs away. I think they shot their own officer. I wonder what people, is there a way to do this thing? Oh, this stupid thing doesn't have a poll, does it? I'd be curious to see what people in the chat think. If the RCMP killed their own officer or not.
Tell you what, chat. Press 1 if you think they killed their own officer. 2 if you don't.
That Wardman did it.
You ever seen a burnt down house before? I guess here's a better question. Ever see a burnt down house that looks like this?
1.5. I don't know what that is.
1.5?
Is that a smart ass response?
Oh.
Rampage took place over 100 kilometers.
Yep. Looks like people think overwhelmingly think they killed their own guy.
So that other officer is covering. It'd be good to research different people. Smart ass for sure. Nice. It'd be good to research and get all the different witnesses, that Darcy lady, all the different people, and try to reach out to them and see if they'll respond to any of them. Because there's got to be witness. What's a search that could be done? Witness police car burning.
Oh, here's that tracker article. In that Vice article I put in the chat. That's where they mentioned the Chevy tracker.
Vice, get the hell out.
Yeah. I know. You gotta believe it.
Silver Chevy tracker, yeah.
See, look at this house. It's like absolutely
That's what I'm
total.
saying. I have seen burnt down houses. That is not how they look.
Well, but I swear I saw a backhoe, a picture of a backhoe.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm like. Yeah, I'm wondering why are they fucking destroying all these so quickly? They have to do investigations. You don't just destroy it.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing. Like, I can understand that eventually they say, well, we got to pull the house. But you figure they would at least go looking through it first, get some evidence.
Oh, they do. There was a house half a block from their house that was on fire this year or last year or something. And it stayed up like that, standing there for months before they even finished doing their investigation.
Here. See?
Yeah, there you go.
They're totaling the house.
Yeah. You're right. Completely totaling the fucking house.
Why? That's completely contrary to what a crime scene investigator would do.
Yeah, 100%.
When did they do it, too? Let's see. Fuck, this is like the mosque. They fucking just cleaned it up in like a couple of hours.
Yeah, it's like they're sweeping it right under the rug, literally.
When is this article from?
Whoa. It's from the 20th. Published on the
Oh my
20th, updated
God.
on the 21st.
Oh my God.
Well, they've updated it, though. Yeah. Let's see. I wonder if I archived this before.
I love how in Vice they write, here's what we know so far. Wortman ran 2 denture clinics, one in Halifax and one in Dartmouth. The clinics, by all accounts, seemed to be successful and made Wortman well off, but were closed as a result of the COVID pandemic.
Oh, fuck off with the COVID.
Why would they want to make people who are mad about not having work look bad? Why?
No, I guess I didn't. Unless the name of the title of the article changed. Which the case they would have changed the URL. Well, let's archive it.
Not necessarily, because remember that Star article I came across? Yeah, actually, that was something we hadn't brought up that I forgot to mention earlier. But there was a Toronto Star article I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And when I looked at the archive version, it was a completely different article, different title, and even the even like the actual like text in the article itself was completely different. That's one worth looking through. Because yeah, the Star article, the headline now is all these sweet innocent people as anguish built over Nova Scotia massacre, glimpses of a killer emerge. But when I went to check the archive, it came up as gunman in Nova Scotia massacre had 2002 assault conviction. Yeah, I don't know why, but it was completely different.
Why do you switch from being a mortician to a denturist?
Why did you switch from being... Apparently he was an engineer. Prior to that. He has training as an engineer. I read that somewhere.
Yeah, no, I heard he was an engineer as well.
Like, engineers going to get paid more money. His former employer, like, who saw the picture of the cop car, they said that in the National. Who's his former employer? That's going back a ways because he's got 2 businesses or 2 clinics. Lisa Owen and we're having a beer.
A man who lived near Wortman said that his home in Portapique was a shrine to the RCMP.
Yeah, that's what's his name? Who came out today and said that he was on the list?
Nathan Staples.
Staples, who said that he had the police car on his front lawn, and that was why he got killed, because he didn't he didn't sell him the police car. That's why he thinks that he was on the list.
Yeah, and this definitely is one of the articles you read, because I've heard you quote this, but Wortman told him he buys old RCMP vehicles and restores them as a hobby, and that he had done multiple replicas at his home.
I've never heard the word replica.
Oh.
No, that seems a bit of a insert.
Yeah, he's talking about the vehicles.
Old cars. Old police cars. Which, I mean, clearly the car he had wasn't old. Latter had a baby
article about the
amidst
list.
pandemic.
Public vigils cannot be held.
No.
They would break physical distancing measures.
We got a call from my daughter that's saying something's going on at Grant's. Hunter Road. Who is this they're referring to?
Is this that Vice article?
No, this is Chronicle Herald.
Oh.
Hunter Road. I think that was where the correctional officers got killed.
Well, I'm gonna plug in my computer. It's gonna die. 1 second.
No, this is Grand's house. Somebody old. Who is it? Owen? They just found their longtime friend and neighbor murdered in the yard of 2 others. Well, that makes sense, though, because the pictures are corrections officers. Hunter Road. Wentworth.
Yeah, those were the correctional officers then.
Bagley.
Yeah, he was a witness that ended up getting gunned down.
Oh, the neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they heard explosions, flames and smoke. They don't have anything about... Okay, let's see what else they have about that. If they have any other pictures of the house getting wrecked.
Where the hell is this?
Let me save it in one picture. That's not what I want. This is different.
All right, boys, I gotta jump off. It's almost 4 a.m. here.
All right. I was gonna say it's probably late for you.
Yeah, getting there. I'm starting to get pretty sleepy over here.
Thanks for...
Oh, anytime. Let's keep up this work because I think we're doing a pretty good job here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we're making headway. I think we're making headway, and it's clear that, other people are really interested. I mean, there's still 40 people watching right now.
Damn, that's pretty impressive.
They got staying power.
Do they ever? Impressive.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Thanks
you too, guys.
very much
Take
for
care.
all your stuff.
Hey, no problem. I'll be back with you soon.
All right.
All right, later.
Later.
Where are you at?
Are
you bombing out to?
I mean, I should probably soon, I guess.
What's this picture?
Oh man, that one guy who died. His daughter's first day of grade 1 was this year.
Oh no.
My kid's first day of grade 1 was this year too, so that fucking sucks.
It's resonating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real shit. Real people died.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're real victims.
Video. No, police car burning. Workman. Videos.
Did you hear about the sighting of the suspect at a campground?
No. There's 16 crime scenes.
Yeah, Hidden Hilltop Family Campground.
Hidden.
There was even a tweet about it.
RC. Ooh, I don't think I've seen this one. The tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the archives too.
Yeah, I'll send you this article. It's interesting.
Armed gunman, 12 hours, 11:30. Yeah, there's fucking big block of time. I don't think I've ever seen that tweet before.
No, me either. This same article that I sent you, it says that around 7 or 8 a.m. on Sunday is when they made the announcement that he's in a police cruiser.
Oh, is Wendy out?
But I thought they made it at a different time.
Good night, Wendy. Is this the same article that you sent? The Coast?
Coast? Yeah. Pretty sure that's the one.
I don't recall seeing this tweet ever.
No, actually, that's not the article I sent you. That isn't. The one I sent you is the Kage Canyon.
Ooh, what does Ted always say? The small town newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
Stay with those ones because they know.
And this is actually I think, in Bow Valley.
Bow Valley? Here?
Mm-hmm.
In Alberta?
It says the Bow Valley Kage Canyon. I'd never heard of it, but
It was written a couple of days ago. Or yesterday. I guess.
yeah, this also mentions the Chevy Tracker. It also has the tweet from the RCMP. Confirmed suspect vehicle is a silver Chevy Tracker. Last seen Milford. Oh, it says Wortman got the Chevy SUV from another one of his victims, Joey Weber.
Sorry?
He got the SUV, the tracker, from Joey Weber, who lives in Weiss's Corner.
Oh, didn't we hear Weber before? Is that
Mhm.
who got killed?
That was the the guy that got killed out in a little side path there.
Okay, so now we know. That one we didn't know before. Great find.
Yeah. It says Weber lived in Weiss's Corner. He had gone out to buy furnace oil. He may have headed north to the Milford gas station. And then he may have headed to the Shubenacadie area. The sequence of events in terms of when and where Wortman got the tracker and where he drove gets slightly unclear at this point. You don't say. Oh. Yeah, okay, so Heidi Stevenson and Morrison, I think it's almost a definite they were partners because this article says that the two of them caught up with Wortman.
Oh, okay. Whoa. I'm still back at trying to get the tracker stuff.
You're getting close to it.
Wortman got a Chevrolet.
This is a good article.
From another one of his victims, Joey Weber.
I should share this in the chat for everyone else, actually.
Yeah.
There you guys go.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Weber lived.
Hey, Concan's in the chat.
Oh, she's awake. Did you get my messages from before? So how did burning cars... What was this?
This is Eric Fisher, a Shubenacadie resident, told CBC he heard gunshots. Looking out onto Highway 2, he saw what looked like two police cars that had crashed. Constable Heidi Stevenson, a 23-year-old veteran of the RCMP, was shot dead at the scene.
Injured.
Another RCMP officer, Chad Morrison, was injured. Fisher said he saw another car arrive, and he went to call 911. When he got back, the third vehicle was gone, and the two police cars were now on fire.
Oh.
Okay. He called RCMP. They weren't on fire. He came back. They're now on fire. The third vehicle belonged to Weber.
Oh, this is interesting. This article is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Strach told the Halifax Examiner that Weber's father told him his son had driven up to the police cars on fire. So he carjacked him at the scene?
Apparently.
But
that's what it sounds
the
like.
cars weren't on fire yet because the police were there when the cars weren't on fire.
It says right here, police caught up with him at the gas station at 11:25. Then the next sentence, Wortman was shot dead. So again, this timeline shit is definitely not adding up.
So where the fuck is the silver SUV too?
Yeah.
It's not in any of those
I haven't
photos.
seen one fucking picture of this thing.
Okay, so okay, whoa, hold on a second here. The timeline. Remember, we were doing the how long it took to drive there.
Yeah.
So he's at the gas station at 11:25.
That's what it said.
Oh, and it took. He couldn't have arrived at the gas station if he made no pit stops.
Yeah,
no
it's physically
fires,
impossible.
no getting new vehicles, no shooting at cops, no anything until almost 12 o'clock, right?
Something's not adding up. That's why I say the timeline is really, really fucked up.
I really truly hope somebody's taking notes, because they're going to have good notes. The timeline, yeah, I wish I'm going to send him this article. Just my stupid opinion will.
Oh yeah, there's that picture of them raking. Holy fuck, this is messed up. You don't see the fucking RCMP doing this. What the fuck, man?
Well, they're looking for casings, but I think they're looking for their own casings, right?
Well, yeah, because like the guys who would be looking for that, I don't know. Maybe they'd be dressed like this. I don't fucking know.
What? Message failed to send. Okay, that's weird. I couldn't tweet that message to him. Well, this is hearsay, because that's third-hand information. But he just left the service station to come up around. He met at the face of evil. It's not clear when Gina Goulet. Yeah, because he's got to go and kill her too, right? In Shubenacadie.
Lisa McCauley?
Gina Goulet.
Oh, Gina Goulet. Yeah, Gina Goulet. Yeah.
So Gina Goulet's got to die. Weber's got to die. Constable Heidi's got to die. He has to get another vehicle. Car on fire. In half an hour. And drive all that distance. That's simply impossible.
Unless he was a fucking alien in a spaceship.
I did archive this, right? There, you said there was a picture in there too of the raking?
That's in this article here, the National Post one. I think you've seen that one. Though. Yeah, this National Post article also says 11:25 is when he got to the gas station.
Can you link? Do you mind linking me the article?
Yeah. That is weird.
We'll archive
now
that.
National Post is saying it too.
Well, has not any journalist sat down and done the timeline?
Apparently not.
And used Google Maps? I'm not tech savvy, but I understand the premise. Oh, this is just fucking Balls. All right, so that's nothing. Driving an almost exact replica. Oh, fuck yourself.
This is interesting. Are they actually doing a funeral procession? They are.
Sorry?
So how the fuck does this work? Explain this to me. We all get told that if our family members die, which mine did just recently die, that we're not allowed to do our funerals. We're not allowed to do gatherings of 50 people. You know, those things aren't allowed for us common folk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that this lady shouldn't have had a funeral. I'm not trying to take down the fact that she was an RCMP and she was probably a very good person. But they're having a funeral procession for this person. Why is there two different standards?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was asking the same thing. Why? Well, but my angle was why you don't have time to inform any of the family members that their families are dead. You somehow have time to drive your comrade in this gigantic funeral procession to show everybody your blue line.
Mm-hmm.
But the peons who are dead, it was the afterthought. Like, it was an afterthought when the female spokesman was talking. She's like, she started speaking, droning on about the police officer, which is obviously very, very tragic that anybody dies. But then it was like seriously an afterthought, and our hearts go out to the 17 other people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why is it that they're an afterthought? And our hearts go out to them too.
Yeah, like, I mean, no offense to this RCMP member, Heidi, but like, she chose that job. That job involves putting your life on the line.
Absolutely. Yep.
The rest of these people, they just woke up and they went about their regular fucking days. They were making eggs and bacon or going for walks.
Yeah. They didn't do anything wrong. They weren't getting danger pay. They didn't have a firearm or bulletproof vests or whatever they have. They just died. And you know, the person was who was hiding out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go and, like, where the hell are these people that they haven't even apologized to Joy or the fire hall or the people in the fire hall? Like, we're really sorry that we opened fire on you guys without warning.
Yeah. And why aren't those guys' jobs, like, aren't they fired, first off? The, like, heads should be fucking rolling.
Oh, well, they don't have the tape. How convenient.
Uh-huh.
What news? They don't have the tape of who did it. They just have tape of a car and two individuals driving up. Like, the fire hall only has one camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't apologized.
I don't think we're going to get that either.
That's really screwy. You're not even going to say sorry for opening fire on these people who just survived probably the most traumatic event in their life?
Yeah, really. Like, this is the citizens you're there to protect. And you're opening fire on them? Not a good look. I think their jobs will be in trouble. You see, they already started taking down the signs at the denture clinic.
Yeah. I bet you the people who speak out, like the fireman that made the tweet or whatever, I bet you his job is in jeopardy.
Yeah. Oh, I would almost guarantee it. Well,
Yeah,
it's a little different actually with fire. They're pretty tight knit, and they don't mind telling police to stick it.
Apparently not. They made the tweet, then they deleted the tweet.
Yeah, sure enough.
And I mean, their own fire engine was like they lost one of their fire engines. Not just that they lost somebody who worked there who got shot by this man.
Yeah.
But they lost one of their fire engines. Their place got all shot up. The plaque.
They're putting the whole fucking city and area at risk.
Yeah, cover up. Hashtag cover up. Mash. I think people should start tweeting that to them. Hashtag cover up. Hashtag class action.
Hashtag should be jobless.
Hashtag shouldn't have gun licenses.
Hashtag should do their jobs.
Oh my! No, who? Somebody was talking about a recording with. So there was a recording with Mr. Nathan Staples. Who was that said that here?
One of these articles.
Like I only ever heard of the paper interviews. I haven't heard of an actual tape of Nathan Staples, the man who had the car on his lawn, the cop car on his lawn, who's now saying he was on the list.
Yeah.
And they burst in his house.
Let's see.
Where is that? Who said that?
Shooter had a list.
Yes, he.
That's a Vice article.
Yes, but Yessie is saying that there was an interview. Have you heard? Did you listen to the interview?
I haven't heard any interview.
Do you know where the interview is, Yessie? Hashtag pigpen. Huh. What did I want? What did I want to run by? Bellatrix is saying I wanted to run something by Tara.
Well, I almost think we should just regroup and put our thoughts together.
Oh. Did we lose him? I think he said goodnight before he said goodnight. Global news title, where it started, where it all started. Oh, I guess you wanted to say goodnight.
Good night.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I'll check back in with you tomorrow. You know.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Thanks
Really
for watching,
appreciate
everybody. Yeah, no problem, man. Always.
Okay. All right.
Have a good night, everyone.
Is this it?
Good evening and thanks for joining us. We have lots to get to tonight, including how outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term
Yeah, the
care
girlfriend
homes are
stuff.
out of control in some places,
Ah,
especially
shut
in
it.
Quebec and Ontario. Tell us.
Well, Donna, we're getting a little bit of a picture of what happened that night before the gunman's rampage. He and his girlfriend attended a party that was just down the street from where his cottage was in Portapique. At that party, I am told that they got into an argument. Both left at some point and went back to his cottage. At that point, he escalated and became violent with his girlfriend. He assaulted her, and then he proceeded to tie her up. Luckily, Donna, she managed to escape and run into the woods. After that, at some point, the gunman goes out with a number of firearms and he begins shooting people, including at the house where the party was held. Then there's a bit of a black hole. We don't know what comes next, but the next thing that we learn that is at 7 a.m. the next day, the RCMP find the gunman's girlfriend. She has been hiding, and she is able to give them critical information. Learn that is at 7 a.m. the next day, the RCMP find the gunman's girlfriend. There's a bit of a black hole. We don't know what comes next, but the next thing that we learn that is at 7 a.m. the next day.
7 a.m.? So where did they get the information? Because they said, oh, we had to confirm about the police car. Because they've now admitted that the police car, they knew about the police car, but they had to, quote, confirm it by interviewing a witness. And I just had assumed that it was the woman. But the wife, but I don't, now I'm beginning to think, no. Well, I think they knew the cop car was there the whole time, obviously. Oh, this is just lies on lies. I hate lying. Liars just piss me off.
The RCMP find the gunman's girlfriend. She has been hiding, and she is able to give them critical information that changes, frankly, the entire scope of the investigation and how they're looking for him. She reveals to them that he is likely dressed as a police officer and driving an extremely realistic car that looks just like an RCMP cruiser. And she, in fact, Donna, is the person who provided the picture to the RCMP that we all saw on Twitter and how they got the news that he was impersonating a police officer. So really critical information from someone who had gone through so much trauma but had managed to escape.
Mercedes, have you been able to discover anything about?
Yeah, thanks, expat. I'm sorry, I'm behind. I guess
The firearms used and also how this all came to an end?
because there was this business that they got it from Twitter and Facebook. Now let's see how they answer about the firearms. I think the firearms are RCMP issue firearms also. I think this is why they're raking lawns and trying to, get shell casings.
Firearms used and also how this all came to an end?
So, Donna, we've learned that he had access to a number of firearms, and we don't have an exact number, but I can tell you some of the types of firearms that he had access to.
Oh.
There was a handgun, including a handgun that he stole from Constable Heidi Stevenson after he killed her.
Oh! Did anybody die after Stevenson? No. Okay. I know they're going to try and somehow get it so that he got a gun from an RCMP officer.
He also had access to a rifle and to a shotgun. Police are still trying to figure out how he got those guns and where.
Okay, a rifle and a shotgun. Yet you can mow down groups of people. Five bullet capacity. What is it? I think it's 5 for center fires. I don't think so.
Where they came from, but we do know those are the types he had access to. I can tell you in terms of how this all concluded. On the second day, on
the silver Mazda, the driver of the silver Mazda died after the cop died. Oh yes, and then there's the denturist too. Did the denturist die before or after? I sent you a question which I hope you don't take as very insensitive, Tara, about. Oh, I see. Oh, you've got a bunch of messages here. Sorry. Oh, the autopsy is finished. Do you get the results for that? Oh, your internet keeps dying. Interesting. Your internet won't work. Well, I had big time issues 2 weeks ago about. Oh, no problem, Steve, if you're still awake. Thanks very much. I think Steve might still be around. Thank you, Steve. Always huge help. Came up with all kinds of details. I know somebody, there's just so much stuff we're going through. I hope somebody's kind of piecing together something. Do you have access to that autopsy report? Night, defend. It's wearing on. Well, we're going to try and get that fixed. I'm going to call tomorrow and see if I can get a lawyer. Are you out too, Ozzy? Maybe I'll shut it down if people are leaving, because it's probably not the best to have a smaller audience. Just because these long streams, I don't know how many people are actually watching 4 hours or 6 hours. I don't think so. Good night, Ozzy. Okay. I will send Steve a text. Hopefully I don't get him in trouble with his wife. I guess also I need to get Ozzy's number from you too, Tara, apparently. Well, I don't know if the internet is related to to this. Oh, somebody's asking for requests. Oh, I know who this is. Okay. There we go. Somebody can't comment, apparently. Okay. Chandler. There we go. Oh. Sorry, I'm just sending off a couple of quick texts here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they did give me the demonetization channel just with the first stream, so. But they haven't shut it down. They shut down those other ones and deleted a couple of East Coast and I's streams, so they're still letting us talk.
The Sunday, he was out in the RCMP cruiser. At that point, he ran into the officer who was shot, Officer Morrison, and he shot him while he was driving by that officer's police cruiser. Heidi Stevenson, the constable, RCMP cruiser. At that point, he ran into the officer who was shot, Officer Morrison.
He shot Officer Morrison in the morning? In the arm. Because he was injured only in the arm. Let's go back here.
And to a shotgun. Police are still trying to figure out how he got those guns and where they came from. But we do know those are the types he had access to. I can tell you in terms of how this all concluded, on the second day, on the Sunday, he was out in the RCMP cruiser. At that point, he ran into the officer who was shot, Officer Morrison. And he shot him while he was driving by that officer's police cruiser.
Drive-by on the officer cruiser. Morrison by himself. Interesting. Okay, so that video or that picture that shows the body beside the car, the police car, burning police cars. The witness spoke of the partner, quote, partner. So Stevenson's partner didn't get injured and survived? Unshot. And Stevenson dies beside the cruiser on the other side. This is not adding up. Yeah, no, Ozzy, the damn you with the 4-4. It's double fours for me, but you think? I don't know. That's a bit tinfoily, Tara. I mean, I can definitely see that there's corruption going on, but I mean, they'd have to specifically dispatch her. She did ask to pit him, and they did say yes, which is apparently against regulations. The cop who, Morrison, was the one with the forearm injuries. Let's see. Officer Morrison. Here he is here. Oh, here's a different article with the arm and something that looks like he got over here. So he could have got shot with a shotgun, and that would be pellets, but he didn't get anything in the stomach or anything. Just in either arm. Or maybe he fell down. But you see, this is this thing. He's not going to talk. I bet you in this article, they're not talking. He'll just answer in in a written form. They always do. They won't do an interview. They won't talk. I'm overwhelmed by calls, Facebook messages, flowers, blah, blah, blah. Which obviously he should, nobody should be shot. Especially if you get shot by your own people. That would be horrendous. If that turns out to be true. I'm so deeply, he said in his post. So I don't think he's doing any interviews. It's just written statements he's making on Facebook. Let's have a look at his Facebook page. I wonder if we can find him. Chad Morrison. A cop who has a Facebook page too. That's really odd. Cops are very protective of their privacy. I think it's almost policy that they can't have social media stuff. Let's see here. Chad Morrison. Where is he from? At his home in Lance. Lantz. Let's try that. No. Well, they all seem to know where his Facebook page is. I don't use Facebook really, so I don't know. I wanted to send a message. Does anyone know how I can search for this? You found the interview with the car salesman, Global News. How did the shooting spree start 11 minutes into the 1339 video? Okay. Is that on Global's homepage? There's a few videos here I should be downloading. I didn't yet. Let's try Global. Is it on their website or on 13? This one, I want this one. See, why are they raking? YouTube channel. Okay. How did the shooting spree start? Okay, here we go. All right, let's have a listen. Calgary Stampede canceled. COVID. 11 minutes.
Thank you for joining us this evening. We do have exclusive details, new details about that shooting rampage over
I'm
the
gonna
weekend
listen
that
to
we will share with you coming up in just a moment. Details about how it started and what happened that night. But first, tonight, Global News has obtained recordings of the calls sent out by emergency dispatchers on the night the shooting rampage
No,
began
you only
last
got some.
Saturday evening. They reveal frantic efforts to respond to the active shooter scenario and to several fires.
You won't get the ones from the fire hall, I'll tell you that.
Some of what you'll hear is disturbing and relates to victim
Sorry, we're just opening fire on some innocent people.
Recordings paint a horrific picture behind the scenes of first responders' efforts to capture the shooter, snuff out fires, and get help to the wounded.
Oh, snuff
It
out
comes from
fires.
Broadcastify, that's a website that monitors and plays emergency communications online. We know the first call went out from dispatchers at 10:26 p.m. on April 18th. It reported gunshots in Portapique.
Tara, you're just being nasty.
And a structure fire have all been reported, and by 11 p.m.
RCP are requesting more ambulances, probably one more coming, and then at least one more standby.
We know there's an armed assailant, and at 11:11 p.m. we hear more about the chaos and civilian injuries.
It's very bad what's going on down there, but there is for sure multiple patients down there.
The shooter is still on the loose, his whereabouts unknown as of 11:21 p.m.
Good night, Bellatrix.
It take quite a ways, the actual house to bring the victims up to
Oh, don't be sorry. Tara, you can do whatever you want. Punch me in the head.
It's around 11:30 p.m. that Nova Scotia RCMP tweet they're responding to a firearms complaint in the area, and they're asking the public to lock their doors and stay inside. This is all still in Portapique, but we know, of course, that the spree spanned several communities. It's not until 8 a.m. on April 19th that RCMP tweet out the words active shooter, and the recordings from that morning show the gunman is on the move.
Jeffrey live in our Halifax studio this evening. There's been a great deal of criticism about the way that police communicated with the public as all of this was unfolding. For reaction to that, now we are going to be speaking with Greg Markey, a police historian with the University of New Brunswick, who's joining us this evening from his home for joining us.
Hello.
So we now know that police learned, we've got exclusive details from Global News that police learned that the shooter was wearing a police uniform and driving a mock cruiser at 7 a.m. on Sunday. So knowing that, Greg, do you think it would have been better to have sent that emergency alert much earlier than they did?
Artur,
to prepare it?
if you win the Stanley Cup, how do you feel?
Well, yeah, with hindsight, I mean,
There's a derp question.
2.5 hours go by before they actually stop the situation. It's very tragic all around, and I understand there were some victims who were lost that morning. So we'd like to know more about how EMO works with the RCMP. I guess we'd like to know more about that, but it seems that with today's technology, it would have been able to do that. They would have been able to do that. Not everyone's on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Device, but not everyone has it. And I think a general alert, the type of thing they do with an Amber Alert with a missing child or an abducted child, probably should have been at that morning. But again, it was a very evolving situation.
So, listen, we didn't hear from Nova Scotia RCMP today. We understand the force is under tremendous strain, having lost one of their own, having another officer injured in this attack, and of course, this massive investigation that's underway. So, understanding all of that, I just wonder if you think that it's appropriate for police to not be speaking to the public on a day like today after an incident like this.
It's tough. I mean, I think they were trying early on to try to brief the public. They were probably learning things as well.
I don't think it was illegal weapons. I have a suspicion it was their own weapons.
Because of the COVID-19 to begin with, and this is totally unprecedented, this loss of life. It went over a large area. Seems a lot of it's random. So I think, again, this might be more a communications expert you need, but I think that the police should be talking to the public each day. Maybe taking an example from our Prime Minister and some of our other public officials who are speaking to Canadians.
Shay, where did you get that?
Concerns. Hopefully we'll...
Because they're apparently saying he took this other guy's car. What was his name? Weber's car.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Greg, thanks so much for your perspective this evening. We really appreciate it. That is Greg Marquis, a professor of history at the University of
Yeah, you
New
always
Brunswick,
got to
joining us
have
live
the
this evening
fucking,
from
it's
his
the
home in
story
BC. So as we
heroes
mentioned
and
off the top,
nonsense.
we're learning exclusive new details about these devastating shootings in Nova Scotia. The gunman's 13-hour-long killing spree began with domestic violence. For more on this developing story, we are going to now go to Mercedes Stevenson, Global's Ottawa bureau chief and our national security expert. Mercedes, let's begin with what do we know about what happened that night?
Oh, he stole 2 cars.
There was a party, and we know that the shooter and his girlfriend
What?
were at that party. And at that point, Mr. Wortman began to argue with his domestic partner, with his girlfriend. At some point, they left and went back to his cottage, which was nearby.
There's no fucking way.
At that point, he escalated and became violent. He assaulted his girlfriend, he tied her up, and she managed to escape from that, Sarah, and run into the woods. At some point after that, Mr. Wortman goes back to the house where the party was held, and he begins shooting and killing people. There's a bit of a black hole after that, and then we don't know what...
Oh, who had the house party? Do you know, Tara? Yeah, apparently there were 2 helicopters involved later. Did your brother have a house party? I guess they weren't abiding by Bill de Blasio's report, reporting. You guys see that? The reporting? This is totally a side story, but did you see about the reporting down in New York? Bill de Blasio was trying to have people report other people for social gathering. And so you could take a picture and then you would send it to whatever, I don't know, *#3, whatever, dumbness. And you text it to them, and then they were going to dispatch people to split it up. Anyways, apparently a lot of people just started bombing this reporting line with dick pics. So he shut it down. Anyway, that's totally separate. Excuse me. Yeah, the dick pics, yeah. It was funny. Oh, it is. Yeah, no, this even the word social distancing, right? I mean, it's all just a fucking scam. We all get COVID, and COVID is just, I think, some kind of aerial form, basically, of a muted AIDS. So people who have immune systems that are weak, they just get sick and die with other stuff. But you got to have a pretty weak immune system. So no, we didn't hear. What was the question? I must be getting tired. I don't know. About the party. You don't know about the party. It's also believed that. Yeah, okay. I don't think I missed anything. Anyway, moving along.
Exactly happened. But we do know that at 7 a.m. the next morning...
Oh, yes, that was my question.
Mr. Wortman's girlfriend.
The Mazda. Who said about the Mazda? Sorry? Shay, love. Do you have a link to an article? Or can you tell me where I can find that? I'll look, but... Oh, shit. Where was I? Balls. Is this too far ahead?
And she managed to escape from that, Sarah, and run into the woods. At some point after that, Mr. Wortman goes back to the house where the party was held, and he begins shooting and killing people. There's a bit of a black hole after that, and that we don't know what exactly happened. But we do know that at 7 a.m. the next morning, the police found Mr. Wortman's girlfriend. She was the one who told him at that point there was a possibility he was dressed as a police officer and driving a fake police cruiser. That drastically changed the investigation, as you can imagine, because they weren't looking for somebody who looked like a legitimate RCMP officer. So after spending all night outside hiding from Mr. Wortman, she manages to provide this critical information, including the photograph that we all saw on social media and on Twitter. She's the person who gave that to police, according to my sources. Police then began looking for Mr. Wortman as a fake police officer.
So she had her phone. But she hid in the woods till 7 a.m.? Is that what it... 7 a.m.? She hid in the woods until 7 a.m.? But had a phone to show cops, or did she take him back to the house and show him? Maybe she took him back.
He was out impersonating the RCMP. I can tell you that at that point, again, it gets very fuzzy with what happened next. But at some point, Constable Stevenson spots him. I am told that she rams him. There is an exchange of fire. He shoots her and kills her.
Well, originally the pic came from anonymous, now girlfriend, gave picture 28B11. I don't know about this corona stuff. I'm just kind of steering clear of that. Seems a bit much, but maybe. I'll look at it, but it does seem a bit far-fetched. Mazda was at Ladies at the Big Stop. The Chev was stolen from the burn site. If the Chev was stolen from the burn site, the burn site, he's seen running away. I do agree he had to steal it from somewhere, but I think that's him running away in the background. It's not like he could steal a car right in front of the police, I don't think. With her phone? Sorry, what are you saying, Tracy?
Then he pulls into a gas station after carjacking another car, and that is the silver car that he was in at the end. And
what silver car? The Mazda 3? The Mazda 3, they said it was a tracker. When I look for the Mazda 3, I do get a hit on one article, but it's from some Hug radio. I don't know this radio. HHG radio. Let's see, who is this? It's not a mainstream source that I'm aware of. Hug radio. Part of the Kage broadcasting network. And they say Mazda 3, let's see here. Through where is it? Find Mazda. Police said they originally killed the gunman at the gas station. Police said they killed 51-year-old gunman at the gas station. At the time, police were advising on Twitter that he was driving a Chevrolet Tracker in the Milford area. But by that point, Wortman was actually driving a Mazda 3 from one of his victims, Gina Goulet. Oh, they have a hyperlink, maybe. So this is the denturist. Find Mazda. No mention of a Mazda from CBC. It was also in Shabanachi. I'm probably mispronouncing that the gunman shot Heidi Stevenson. That's not making sense. That he shot her there, or the timeline. And if he's now carjacking a second car in all this half-hour time that he had to get somewhere that would take an hour, that's complete balls. But this is the only reference, I think, to the Mazda from Gina. Which isn't a very good source. Let's see. Web sleuths, that's not going to be right. No, there's only one reference to this, unless you know of something else. Shay. I'm only seeing one reference to this. And somehow I don't think it's a very reputable source. 11:15. Let's see. Dead female cop. Expat. Wasn't the injured cop a female? No, the injured cop was male, and he apparently got shot in a drive-by shooting. Looks like he's injured in both arms, and he's given some kind of a written statement. Which is not, that's lawyer mumbo jumbo. We don't want to say anything too much, and very carefully screened stuff. With a written statement saying he got shot in a drive-by. Which I haven't actually read the statement. I tried to find the Facebook post that he made, apparently, which is weird. I mean, do cops have Facebook pages? No, I think that's kind of policy. Cops don't have Facebook pages. So where's the media getting it from?
At that point, an RCMP officer and a dog officer, one of the canines, pulls in. They're gassing up. They look across and realize that it's the shooter in the car across from them. The shooter goes for his gun, and at that point, the RCMP open fire and kill him.
Remarkable new details obtained by Global News. Mercedes, before I let you go, what do we know about the guns that were used in this attack?
So we don't know how he obtained the guns, but we do know that Mr. Wortman had a variety of different firearms on him, including a handgun, a shotgun, and a rifle. Now, the RCMP have come out.
The handgun, they're saying, came from Stevenson. He shot her and took her gun. To which then he would kill Gina Goulet with the RCMP gun.
Said that to their awareness, he didn't have a license for those. So certainly,
Really?
avenue the investigation.
That's because he's a felon.
How he managed to obtain those firearms.
Okay, thank you so much for
Who
this.
beats
That
up
is
15-year-old girls with
Mercedes
crowbars.
Stevenson joining us this evening from Ottawa.
Hmm.
We also have surveillance video from a trading post in Millbrook First Nation, which may show more of the shooter's movements that Sunday morning. It appears to show the gunman make a brief pit stop to change clothing just minutes before he was in that shootout with police that Mercedes just described. A neighbor says if it wasn't for a coffee and cigar break with a
No.
friend,
No. Minutes before? No. Not minutes before. No. Big problem with that timeline, ma'am. Big timeline problem. Not minutes, because he still has to go to the exit. He still has to apparently kill Stevenson. He then has to go and carjack 2 cars. He also has to go off and kill Weber. And he has and drive all the way down to the truck stop. He has an hour to do that, and it takes an hour to drive there at regular speed limit. So I'm not sure how he could do all of this. That's absolutely bullshit, Global, unless you're very bad at math and extremely bad at research. No.
Victim.
Not
Jesse
minutes.
Thomas has that story.
Lloyd Johnson isn't on Twitter, but his daughter, who lives in Cape Breton, is. When she saw Nova Scotia's RCMP tweet that the killer might be in the Brookfield area, worried, she called her father.
Dad, get home as soon as possible. There's a killer at large. So I thought about it, and I kind of finished my cigar. And then I headed home.
Is he upselling his cigars? I think so. Oh, well, good for him.
Appears to show the suspect pull over along Highway 2, adjacent to Johnson's driveway, merely
pretty awesome, eh? We were right. Gosh, people so good here. All good researchers. Having to trace where it was, and those bumpkins only come out with it today.
10 yards from his front door, he calmly removes his jacket and puts on a safety vest.
It says she called at 10:41. The killer arrived at 10:52, and I got here.
We had the clip before they did too.
After he left.
Not one to rush or panic, Johnson says he finished his coffee and smoke with his friend before heeding his daughter's advice.
I took the cigar away because I just hesitated for a bit to finish my cigar.
It's really good at upselling his stuff, eh?
Believes it was the killer in the video. She received a text message from a friend Sunday, whose brother is an RCMP officer, saying the suspect was in the area and to go into lockdown.
As a team, we decided that it would be best to close, and we closed at 10:40 a.m.
The 3 employees closed the gas bar and went home.
It really felt like we were being watched over at that moment.
It wasn't until Tuesday that Johnson saw the surveillance footage, and it hit him how close he was to the apparent killer.
Thinking about it, this would have been crime scene number 17, and I would have been victim number 23.
No, he wouldn't have been crime scene 17 because, well, yeah, it would have been, but
away at the big stop in Enfield, RCMP
not in order.
Stormed the scene and shot and killed the suspect. Jesse Thomas, Global News, Millbrook First Nation.
The RCMP have opened up a tip line for information about this mass shooting. They are asking anyone with any information, no matter how insignificant.
Maybe you should send dick pics there.
It may
Oh, it's not
to
texting.
give them a call. Officers are staffing the phone lines, but if you get a voicemail, you can always leave a message and an investigator will call you back. A Dieppe, New Brunswick man is recalling a run-in with the man responsible for this mass shooting. He sells decommissioned police cars and believes the shooter
Okay,
tried to
this
buy
is
an
going to
old
be
police car from him
Staples.
over a year and a half ago.
Nathan
Kelly
Staples.
explains.
That gray one there, and
Bernard Kane has been selling decommissioned
What?
police cars for decades from his surplus shop
Another
in
one.
New Brunswick.
I buy a surplus from the government of Canada and I resell it.
He says anyone can buy an old police car like these ones from his lot
Yeah.
because they're completely stripped of all policing decals
Exactly.
and equipment. Most of the people looking to buy
And
are
they're
young
old
men
and
in their
rusty.
20s looking for a cheap, fast car.
And Crown
So
Vics.
about 20 months
Not
ago, when
fucking
a man
Tauruses.
dressed in a gray suit in his late 40s walked through his door looking to buy one, he found it a little odd.
Right away I said, what the hell do you want a police car for? And he said, I'm a retired RCMP.
Kane said he took the man at his word. Turns out the man was in fact.
Oh, seriously? This guy is going to honestly say he's screening people buying the cars? Why do you want a police car? That's my livelihood. I only sell police cars, but I'm going to make sure that the police car goes to the right person. That's bullshit. Let's go back and listen to that. Load.
In his late 40s walked through his door looking to buy one, he found it a little odd.
Right away, I said, what the hell do you want a police car for? And he said, I'm a retired RCMP.
Yeah.
Kane said he took the man at his word. Turns out the man was, in fact, the Nova Scotia denturist who went on a shooting spree, killing at least 22 people last weekend. Kane says he instantly recognized him.
They showed pictures of him on television, and I said, well, that's the guy that was here in the gray suit who wanted to buy the bounty car.
Kane says the man told him he was looking to buy an inexpensive old police car for about $1,500.
The reason that he wanted the
Not a
car
Taurus.
was to put on his property to keep the locals from stealing everything out of these cottages.
Kane says he never did sell him a car, nor did he question him any further about his claims to be a retired RCMP.
No, I wasn't interested.
When did he say he tried to buy this? Did anybody catch that? I don't want to whine and waste time. Did anybody see when he said that he was sold him the car? Or was going to sell him a police car? Because he already had a fucking police car. 2.
And when I told him how much I wanted for the car, he wasn't interested.
Kane believes the shooter could have purchased the car he used in the mass killings at a government surplus shop in Dartmouth.
He trimmed them up.
Kane says the man who walked into a shop that day,
very plain spoken, there wasn't anything crazy about him at all.
Shelley Steves, Global News.
Well, I don't think so. That's old police cars, old Crown Vics, not brand new Tauruses. And if he couldn't pay $1,500 for a piece of shit, what is he buying like a brand new Taurus for? Or did he get it for free from the police? 2013. Well, I don't know if he had a police car back then. Okay, where's the Mazda clip? I'm still looking. Yesy, where's the Mazda? The cigar guy. He was in the cigar guy, right? You said? No. I want to hear where this Mazda comes from. You sent it. Oh, on Twitter? Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Check out the clip regarding him. Okay, I'm back. I'll find the clip in my history. Oh, I see. It's not linking it. Yeah, it's not linking it. That's the problem. There you go, Shay. Let's see, I gotta go back to my YouTube channel then. It won't let you link stuff. Just give me a second. I wonder if they can change that some way. Stuff. Just give me a second. Okay. No, can't see the link because you're not a... There you go. Boom. Okay, now you can link. Please don't ever boot or censor anybody on my channel, is all I ask. Now you can link stuff. Okay, super. Excellent. Okay, let's copy this. Copy.
We're learning more details about how the mass shooting started and ended in Nova Scotia. Sources tell CBC News that the shooter confronted and restrained his girlfriend Saturday night before going on a shooting rampage. For more on this, let's bring in our Colleen Jones live from Halifax. So Colleen, can you take us through the latest developments?
Well, Hannah, you just mentioned one of the significant ones that CBC News has learned, and that's confronting a woman, restraining her. Unclear how she got out of those restraints or if somebody found her. She is alive. We've also learned more details about the vehicles he drove. We all know that he was driving that mocked up, almost replica RCMP
Oh,
car.
stop with that.
Then he switched to the silver tracker. He wasn't in that vehicle for very long before being in Shubenacadie, killing Gina Goulet, and that's where he stole her Mazda.
Oh, sorry. That's not true because the police cars, Shubenacadie is 2 police cars. Multiple witnesses say it was 2 police cars. Where is it? Is it this picture? Oh, fuck. Where is it? Yeah. It was 2 police cars. Oh. He was driving one right there. So no, sorry about that. It wasn't driving the tractor in Shubenacadie or wherever. He was driving the police car still then. So that's a bit of a mistake.
Before being in Shubenacadie, killing Gina, driving that mocked up, almost replica RCMP car. Then he switched to the silver tracker. He wasn't in that vehicle for very long before being in Shubenacadie, killing Gina Goulet, and that's where he stole her Mazda 3.
That's possible.
Driving that. From Shubenacadie, he wound up at the big stop or the gas station.
So where does he get the silver tractor?
Driver's rest area.
I think they fucked up on their tweet. I think that's what it is. They thought there was a silver tracker and there wasn't a silver tracker.
Plainclothes police officers and with a canine, and they took him down there. So those are some of the details we're learning. The RCMP did not hold their news conference today. They did send out a press release that tomorrow at 2 o'clock they're going to be observing a moment of silence for the fallen RCMP officer, Heidi Stevenson. And I was at the Enfield detachment earlier today, and the growing area tribute for her and the other victims in this continues to grow. 2 things that they put up at the memorial there in her honor is somebody has carved out of concrete her name and her number, and they've also, with an arrangement of roses, spelled out her name, Heidi. You're looking now at some of the other memorials that are
Okay, I'm sorry. Am I being an insensitive prick by saying that this is really nonsense about going on about the police officer? Like, what about the other? Where's the moment of silence for all of the people who have died? She was armed. She was a police officer. She was getting paid for this job. It's terrible that she died. But why are we having moments of silence for the police officer? What about all of the other people who have died that you still can't even inform their families that they have officially died? This is fucking lunacy.
Area tribute for her.
Or they're covering. They want the hero. Cops have to be heroes because they fucked up Royal.
Put up at the memorial there in her honor is somebody has carved out of concrete her name.
Oh, this is loony.
And they've also, with
loony,
an arrangement of roses, spelled out her name.
And people are being loonies by putting down dolls and fucking shit. Dolls should go to kids who have no parents.
Honor this moment. Earlier today, I was in Portapic, and that is where, at a very old church that's now.
I wonder if they got the teddy bear from the fire brigade where they took the engine out. They were dropping off a teddy bear for the family of one of their fallen comrades. Maybe they had to borrow somebody else's fire engine to do that.
By a gentleman, Chase Vanderhook. He is
Morning, Mama.
People to send cards or postcards or anything, tartan, whatever you want, to him so he can do this tribute outside of the church. Here's the item that I showed earlier today.
Madge Foster and Louis Finney are bringing a big heart.
I think this is a nothing burger now. No. Not making any sense. Okay, still a few people in here. Wow, you hold on long. I'll tell you. God love you. Voting. One for there was a silver tracker, or two, police made a mistake and there was no silver tracker. All right. We got 2 votes. Okay. Newfoundland expat. I'm presuming that's what NL stands for. Newfoundland expat. Where does he get the silver tracker from? Because the timeline is really, really sketchy, number one. And if he's stealing the gray Mazda 3 from Gina Goulet in the same town that he had the accident with getting pitted in his police car, but at the same town he steals the gray Mazda, what is he driving it for like 3 seconds, and then he drops that, and then the silver tracker, and then gets Gina Goulet's car? I don't think it makes sense. I think and plus the tweet came earlier, right? Actually, I bet you if you look at the tweet timeline, it's not going to make sense. He was still driving the cop car at that point, right? Let's see. What time did he tweet that? Let's go over to Twitter. Oh, that's an awesome icon. Oh, fuck, I don't want your tweets. What's all this garbage? Have they fixed their timeline now? Oh, please. Like, what about the victims? Honestly, this is really two-tiered. They're looking disgusting the more I'm looking at them. Like, it's making me really sad. Like, police are to serve and protect. All about them. All about them. All about them. More about them. Oh, there we go. More about them. Wow. Wow. 8:24. 11:24. Milford. No, I don't think so. I can conceptualize it in my head, but I can't put it quite together. He's not driving the silver tracker. This is a nothing burger they got wrong. They identified the wrong vehicle. I don't believe he ever stole a silver tracker. Mind you, he would have to carjack somebody to take it, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't fit in the timeline at all. Morning, Misfit. I don't think it fits the timeline. Let's look at Google Earth. I can't do it as nice as Adrian. He's a much better driver than I am. Yeah, all right, go. Go. Meh. Good night, Tracy. Hope it didn't keep you up too late. And good luck with school. Hopefully he's getting good grades, right? Getting taught by the best. No longer getting indoctrinated. Milford. Helmsdale Lance. No. No. Milford is south of this is not right. This is south of the where the cop car accident was. And he gets the gray Mazda here, right? And then he's down here getting shot with the gray Mazda. So what? Got the gray Mazda, got a silver tracker, got another gray Mazda? No, there's no silver tracker. Is anybody understanding what I'm saying? I don't think anybody's understanding me, probably. I communicate very poorly. No empathy. No, there's no empathy. It's like afterthoughts. This is very disheartening to see. I would think that police officers would be like, oh my God, especially if they're really royally fucking up, like shooting traumatized victims in the, they haven't even apologized. This is how the hubris these people are running around with. Unbelievable. Right, that's Weber that owns it. Where did that happen from? Weber and the silver tractor. Weber, silver tracker. It was the father that said that, and it was third-hand information. Weber, silver tracker, Workman. There we go. Halifax Examiner. Find Weber. Wortman got Chevrolet silver SUV from one of his victims. Weber lived here. The sequence of events and terms of which Wortman got the tracker and where he drove gets slightly unclear at this point. No, because no, there's no silver tracker. That's not a silver tracker. That's 2 cop cars. No silver tracker. I don't think there ever was a silver tracker. I think they mistweeted. But they admit they don't even know what the hell's going on. They're shooting up the fire station, an hour and change away. Like, or an hour? How long is it? But quite a distance away. They're shooting up the fire station when he's over across the province, changing his uniform in the cop car, to which he drives to that place, and he gets in the accident, or he gets pitted by the other police officer. Because we watched video earlier of the non-burned. There was 2 cars, and you could tell that it was 2 police cars. All these pictures you can tell, because you could see the roof lights on them, right? Roof lights. So there was no silver tracker. I'm not seeing any silver tracker. Does anybody else see a silver tracker, or am I just getting this wrong? The silver tracker doesn't fit in the storyline. Because he gets in this accident right afterwards. Apparently he kills Goulet and takes her Mazda 3, which was the vehicle that was recovered at the scene, right? Is that right? According to that kind of bunky story, because there is no silver tracker anywhere. When you look at the gas station, there's no silver tracker anyway. Wortman now driving a silver SUV. No, but there's no silver SUV. There's the bronze Suburban. Anyway, maybe I'm just getting tired now. All right, and probably everybody's much tired, so I'll probably bid you all adieu, and thank you very much for joining me. I really appreciate your input and help, and continue. Woo Wad Con Can. A liar about what? That's just terrible. Some people's not nice qualities are showing. Not very Christian, not very kind. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, Tara. Anyways, I'm going to call it a night, and hopefully you all got a few things out of this, and maybe we can all regroup a little bit later and visit on thoughts and things like that, and whatever else we've discovered. So everybody have a good night, and I will see you probably tomorrow. Take care.